Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your grand finals for VCT China Stage 1. For the first time in history, no, it will not be raining men, but instead it will be a trophy being collected in China that does not fall into the hands of Edward Gaming. As Stage 1 concludes, the certainty remains. Xilai Gaming or Bilibili Gaming look to etch their name on the trophy that has eluded any other team and write their place in legends, and how suiting that both of these teams end Stage 1 against the same opponent that lay before them in Week 1. A victory for Bilibili that day, will it be deja vu for Xilai or a revenge job for the ages? My name is Veggie, and joining me as always is the Bert to my Ernie, it's the Snow Spy.
Oh, what an introduction to bring us into this one today, Veggie. I don't know why I had a temptation to call you Veggleton. It's like my cute little nickname for you on the side, but I think we're in for a good day. You're looking good, you're sounding good, we're feeling good as well. But like you said, it's XLG versus BLG. It's two teams that we haven't seen in the finals here before, and I feel like not only that, it's kind of that battle of the old guard versus the new dogs, because BLG are one of these teams that have been shown up to internationals. Yeah, they got beat out by Trace before, but they have often been at these international events, whereas XLG, it's a completely revitalized team. This season, they look like a completely different force. Yeah,
I mean you're absolutely right. Bilibili, obviously, big upsets to the finesse show that we've seen before in international. Xilai just want to get a taste of that international. Yes, granted, both of them have qualified now for the international stage, jetting off to Toronto, but that trophy snow is the one thing that these two teams are playing for. And I think we were speaking about this last night, most importantly, getting to skip the Swiss stages by winning this is a huge upside for any team coming into this match.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's almost a guaranteed champ points. You just need to win one match itself when you get to Toronto. And what people don't realize is this season, champ points, so important, because 4 champions, 2 teams go based off qualification, 2 teams go based off those points. If you can get yourself first place here, you're going to be 2 points ahead of that second place team. You are going to be getting yourself a way bigger chance of getting yourself to that championships in Paris.
Yeah, and you just get to miss so much action at Toronto. Give you time to VOD review, get into that dungeon, put the glasses on, screen up closer, watching how your opponents are going to play, and give you that little bit of edge. I mean, maybe historically we haven't seen that edge pay off slightly, but what we know with these teams is when it does come to fixing things up, that's what they do best. Xilai Gaming, we spoke about, lost to Bilibili in weekday 1, the first opening match to VCT China Stage 1. And ever since then, so they've looked almost perfect. 2 maps have been dropped in the whole stage since that first week. Yes, Bilibili Gaming dropped to lowers, but you have to say they've been on a revenge job themselves. They've took out Wolves, who beat them earlier on. They took out Trace, who beat them earlier on in the competition as well, and they will not want to stop this flow of energy that they have when it comes to rematches, and I simply can't call this game at all.
I mean, you say that, I feel very confident myself. We've got 2 very differing opinions. I think for me, it comes to the fact that BLG as a team is very hot and cold. If they are hot, they are firing on all cylinders. But BLG kind of represent the Chinese region in a way that we imagine, where they're swinging smokes, they're taking gunfights, they're permanently looking to go aggressive, whereas XLG, Xilai are they're the new guard. They play more like some of these EMEA or these Americas teams, where they're looking for set pieces. They're looking for these utility combos. They're not taking these super heavy risks that teams like EDG, BLG, and Trace take. Instead, they're playing a more standard style of game. Oh, with 5v5, we'll happily take a retake on defense. They are this new kind of team. And for me, it's why they're looking so strong.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely a great point to figure out. We've been always talking about how China is a region led by EDG, is the one team that always stands out and is capable of causing damage to opponents, and that gap between the rest was always very large, if we're being quite frank, but it has been shown just from the last international and clearly coming through this stage that gap is very quickly being closed. Bilibili doing their best to get into there as well, but like you said, Xilai taking the learnings from the rest of the regions and bringing that in, so that maybe they don't traditionally always match up great against the rest of the Chinese teams, but I mean, at least this stage they've matched up perfectly to get themselves into that grand final by winning the upper final.
And part of it, you've got to be thinking about the fact that this team has just been scaling, and we had some interviews earlier on. You know, we've looked through the logs of the interviews, see what these players are saying, and there is a situation that YOU had where they said that they were still learning to communicate in both English and Chinese. They have mixed comms. They have Raga on this team who is an English speaker, and they were still figuring out how they can communicate all the things that they want to do in the round with this player, and those issues clearly have sorted themselves out. So for Billy, you've got to be a little bit worried because they beat this Shilai squad at their weakest point, but now they are a completely different monster.
Yeah, communication being that first hurdle that they've jumped up. So the second hurdle that Billy have to jump past is, of course, the map veto, right? Shilai Gaming coming in, having both bans, makes this one a little bit more in their favour. However, I didn't say this to you last night. I think when we were looking at these map pools, I feel like both sides are very close when it comes to what map suits them the best. They have a very high win rate on almost all of them, right? Split being the only map that Billy have really struggled with so far, so would expect Shilai to have done the ante into bringing that one through. But if we're looking at the strongest maps in general, we're looking at Lotus being a very strong map for Shilai Gaming. Billy almost 70% win rate over there as well. Ascent, both teams mapping out 100%. Fracture, a favourite map for both teams with high win percentages as well. It's almost like that sort of map ban veto has almost been edged over a little bit because it really doesn't matter at this stage. They're both competent on all these maps in the pool.
Yeah, and it's pretty much going to be Shilai deciding what they think they can abuse this squad on. They have choice of both these map bans. They get to decide what the pool is going to be for today, and with how good this team has been at prepping, how good they've been at adapting, you're going to have to think they make good use of that veto. But I think the main thing for me, Veggie, that we kind of want to have a think about is the maps that we go towards. We have to see how confident this IGL on the side of Shilai is going to be, and that is Viva, because when we spoke about this team scaling, when Billy first played this team and beat them, it wasn't Viva IGLing, it was Coconut. They've swapped IGLs, and they spoke about this in an interview. Coconut said that Viva as an IGL is a lot more detailed, but oftentimes Coconut would just give them that framework to work off, whereas Viva gives them these detailed set plans and calls in these games. And I feel like that is the difference maker that we've seen with XLG. These rounds feel really well thought out, and they always know exactly what they want to do. Yeah,
that is 100% going to be that factor. We've seen how XLG have managed to resurge themselves since that day one. It's been different team comps as well since they last faced BLG. So the question mark about that rematch kind of fades in there, and so I'm liking this confidence on the walkout already. Just the composure to stand there, soak up the audience, the pyrotechnics going off. I thought we were watching John Cena's entrance before the heel turn, talking all hype, all aggressive, hustle, loyalty and respect. That's what these teams are demanding.
And I mean, what a moment to have for yourself, making it to these grand finals, knowing that EDG isn't here, a result that maybe most of these fans, when they bought their tickets, weren't expecting. Because, I mean, EDG has been a given for these finals, split after split, and now everyone's pretty much watching history in the making.
That's the biggest thing, right? I keep talking about history. History this, history that. This is historical. Neither of these teams have managed to get themselves a trophy before. Neither of these teams have even been in the grand final before. It's always been FPX and EDG fighting for that trophy. Here they are. First chance to do it. First chance, best chance. Could be only chance if they fumble and don't keep up this momentum. But for now, a chance to practice ahead of Toronto and a chance to get your hands and lift that trophy high above your head.
And it gives you a little bit of a chance to think about these two teams, the journeys that they've been through. I would say very different journeys. BLG having to face that adversity, having to go through that lower bracket. They have grinded to get themselves here, whereas Shilai on the other side, an easy route through towards the finals. It feels like we haven't really seen a team that can contest them, and part of that comes down to how good their macro play is. In the micro, it's not a team that you're expecting that would be able to deal with the firepower of teams like EDG, but it's just how they play so well together off of each other.
So I'm going to pass a question back to you slightly. I've been building up how much pressure there is on this map, right? Because you want that historical win, etc., etc. But the fact that both of these teams have secured qualification to Toronto, the fact that both of them have their plane tickets, they've got everything all booked. Do you think that takes a bit of pressure off what this occasion actually is and allows them to sit back and play a little bit more freely?
No, I think absolutely not. I feel like it's your chance to be the champion of the region. Not only that, we spoke about it, the stakes of this game, getting to skip that Swiss stage, going straight into the playoffs at Toronto. It is an advantage that cannot be taken lightly. Yes, great, they are going to be at that international, but these are not teams that are wanting to just go to the international, have a fun time, have a little vacation before the next split. These are teams that have been prepping to win it all. And so for them, this match is almost as important as all of the ones that have came before it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You talk about prepping to win. This is something that we've seen from Billy in their interviews pre-matches before. They said, we came here to qualify, but not only just that, we came here to win. And here they have that chance ready and able to do that. But so before these get fully kicked off, I know you're predicting XLG to win. I'm looking for a score prediction from you. Lay it out there. Put it all on the line right now.
I mean, if I was feeling super confident, we're going with a 3-0. But I feel like there's going to be one map where Billy brings out some kind of spiciness, and it just cannot be understated how one of these games, these Billy players can just go, now we win. And I feel like that's always the thing of when we saw that Magic Champs run from EDG, it came off the back of just some absolute prolific plays. And while we speak about the fact that Shilai as a squad is so good at this macro, have brought on this new meta of this hyper aggressive utility focused playstyle that the Breach Teo can bring, it cannot be understated how mechanically good the players from Billy are.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely spot on. All it takes is a couple mega rounds from YZ just to say, you think you can deal with my neon? Yeah. No. Yeah,
literally. And I mean, the way that they run is literally. Have you seen the guy that does the standing still, the cloudy with a chance of meatballs, the run where he's like.
Yeah,
that's literally this neon just sprinting through sight. But you add an element to that where YZ's just jumping around. I feel like this is what Aim Labs trained you for. Aim Labs trained you for playing versus YZ because it's the dot that's just sprinting around the map everywhere that you just can't seem to catch. And it very much reminds me of Jogomo and the way that player plays. And obviously Jogomo being a former champs winner, we know that playstyle can work. So it is something that they can bring into this and that XLG is going to have to focus on. YZ is that X factor that can just turn rounds on its head.
I mean, for XLG, then let's hope they've been practicing on also getting warmed up here, and we can see the veto hot off the press. Surprising that the split was banned. Clearly, XLG not feeling confident of taking their opposition to there, but other than that, no real shocks. A repeat on Fracture. Peril is in there. You were wondering if Haven would be picked up. It is picked up, and then Lotus, and obviously, where else would we want to finish the day if it goes to map 5 than Ascent, with a team that likes to not play the conventional set plays on Ascent as well. We see the Yoru picks coming in on Ascent. Oh, I'm getting excited for a 3-2 mapper today. 5 maps are the best. It's going to be a good one, Snow.
I mean, Ascent is an absolute banger to end on. I feel like so many map 5s have been played here. It's either been Ascent or it's been Icebox, but Icebox is not going to be the one today. And this map veto points to me that XLG has thought the same thing that we have, that BLG is very micro heavy. They like to take these gunfights. They like to just win maps through these first opening picks and just through pure chaos. And taking out Icebox, a map that is very long-range gunfight heavy, taking out Split, which can be a bit more chaotic on these site maps, and saying, okay, we're going to go towards these maps that are a bit more macro-focused, some of these 3-site maps where you're going to have to play these mid-rounds a bit better, and trying to really take Billy into their own game.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the big thing to point out there is obviously Icebox was one of the maps that Shilai lost to Billy on day one, so clearly feeling that that's not a map that they've been able to rectify those mistakes going ahead into this. Talking about maps that they lost on day one as well, Fracture, the last map in the best of 3 that these teams played, will be the first map in this best of 5. 13-8 was the scoreline falling for Billy's favour. Sheila will want to start this one off a lot stronger, and I have absolute full belief that they can.
Look, compositions that are coming through, and there is no surprise at all that we are going to see a breach Teo from the side of Sheila. I feel like this has been the combination that has just carried them through this split almost, because they just know how to use it so effectively. Whenever they're clearing site, whenever they're playing retakes, even in these skirmishes, it feels like they have such quick reactions with these two agents when it comes to taking space, and it's been such a key part of their game plan. And the way that they play around these agents, it's just been an absolute beauty to see.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this one starts off. Fracture, a map that can be known very much for their aggressive playstyle on defense, sets this one up perfectly, and it looks like we are going to see a nice little set play heading across to Dish as well, which for the attackers on XLG could be the start of a downfall. But without further ado, your grand finals starts right now.
It's just starting off with utility on both sides to stall out. Sheila to get a bit of pressure towards Dish. Shows some presence, and the first pick of your grand finals has been found by Raga, who tries to go for more, and it's YOU that will trade that one out. But Neff is not one to sit back lightly, swinging through the smoke, not once but twice, trying to carry their team to some kind of lead. But his left players all alone. It's Billy that are going to have to go for a retake, and the spike is down so quickly.
Good util left here as well, but with Coconut trapped in this corner, we'll have to start using some. The flash and the aftershock to get out of this. Levius that picks up the first kills. Viva having to stand to do it all from a 2 versus 3. BLG continue what they finished off on Fracture and pick up that first round. Close in the end, but ultimately post plant not the strongest for XLG.
I think we get a sign of the game to come right there. It's XLG playing around this utility, playing around these set plays, and it's Billy just swinging when no other team would. Just taking these aggressive peaks, taking these aggressive angles, and feeling confident doing it. I mean, in what world does your breach swing through a smoke not only once, but twice within the same 5 seconds?
This world, clearly. And this world is where that will come through from. XLG looking to cement the same strategy this time. A lot less weaponry, but we know that B can be that quick hit it and quit it post plant that you can stay up, getting onto top of Dish if needed, but slowly walk through here. The tap of the orb gives some information that will be heard by the side of Levius. Yeah. Shoot back, noting some of that safe utility, not wanting to challenge directly into it.
Good angle on this to just spot for information, and players pushing out of Dish for Billy. They're going to know exactly where these Sheila players are, or at least have a very good idea of what the possible site hit could be.
This is a problem with the lesser weaponry. Utility isn't quite there as well to really meant much. You're having to rely on some fast gameplay, and when it comes in, it's Raga who tries to make something happen, but BLG easily in a position with this better weaponry just to shut everything down. No chance for anything to even happen. A little bit of chip damage done on Russia, but that's about it. A very successful and competent round coming in from BLG.
I feel like it's very uncommon on these save rounds that we would see teams do something like a split. I feel like often we see a very heavy site take, a lot of utility being sent to just try overpower these players that are isolated on site whenever they can find them. Sheila going a bit slower, taking it a bit more default.
They have the guns this time. There is half armor there, but there's no outlaw on the board. They can chop that one down, so no really any need to worry, but you will want to make sure that this round is as clean as possible. Take as many rifles away from BLG. Obviously, the main factor is to win this round. Slowly walking up B, not using any utility to clear it. The missiles will just hold off slightly. The cage to deny information, save the smoke on the other side, and all of a sudden, a retake's having to be called in. But look how heavily BLG are pushed up here, holding this main spot on A.
Drone going to be used to clear them out, gain information that there's players here. But they don't want to give it up. Billy. They know they have the breach here. They know that they have the utility to fight this. We are seconds away from a fight exploding. Fault line going to be used to just stall a bit of time, and it gives these Billy B players time to back away. Shilai that felt that pressure and feel the need to pivot.
They move across to B, but Hathaway hasn't really taken much space, so it's going to be a tough fight, and you can see that coming in instantly. 1-for-1 trades, and Knight with the Spectre is shutting everything down. With 20 seconds left to go, it's a 3 versus 2 in Billy's favour. Hathaway, yes, is taking control of Heaven, but will be shut down, and all of a sudden Coconut has a Phantom and has to make like a ghost to save this weapon. Pulling in Casper as they run away. Not so friendly on this one.
I'm honestly surprised to not see YZ just sprinting across the map to try hunt down Coconut, but I guess it makes sense. Billy wants to establish that economy, establish themselves as a dominant force, at least in terms of the weaponry right here, and keeping as many rifles alive as they can is only going to benefit them. And I feel like right now, we're not really seeing the Shilai game style that we're used to. They're playing into Billy's hands, taking a lot of these 1v1 gunfights, not really playing towards these big set pieces that we've seen before, and maybe they're just feeling themselves out on the map a bit, but so far, Billy has their number.
It's not much map control. That's what's lacking for Shilai. They pivoted over towards A, but then didn't take the space off the back of B because Levius was just so happy to sit there. But on this round, you've seen that hero rifle be dropped across to Rarga. This neon that can have huge impact. We've seen how crazy Rarga can play, what impact this hero is able to bring through. Instead of that fast, explosive gameplay, it is very much just pause and Snow. It's just waiting to see if the aggression comes from BLG, and so far, fair enough, YZ does take that aggression now, but it hadn't come beforehand. It very much been something that was being held off, and on this eco round, you have to question if the aggression is worth it, because you've lost one player, but all of a sudden, the rest of the trades come in, and this round looks almost to be cleaned up.
It's almost like as soon as one player goes down, the rest of them feel like they have to be aggressive, feel like they have to make that play. That's why are you going to be the last one alive? Shilai, it's very much that Musketeers mentality, right? One for all and all for one. As soon as one player goes in, the rest of them are swinging with, and while that can be to their great success in some of these rounds, so far it has been to their detriment because they aren't willing to back away. They are always wanting to take these fights as a team, and it means that these crossfires are absolutely demolishing them.
Yeah. You know what I wouldn't mind right now is a timeout. And thankfully that's what we're getting. These coaches are on the same level as me. A timeout is exactly what was needed here. This grand final, maybe talking about nerves, getting to the best of Shilai and knowing that they deserve to be here. They've only lost 2 maps since that first weekend, and this is not where they want to be. You speak at the start of how they have both bans. You do not want to come into your grand finals where you've picked exactly how this is going to start out with, and you're 4-0 down and really haven't looked like you were close to picking up a single round. Strategy is looking a little bit hit and miss, no clear sense of direction, and I think right now someone needs to turn the headlights on and make sure that the accelerator has been pressed down a little bit closer.
Fist bumps is always a good sign. Keeping the mental high for Shilai at the very least. But we see rifles being bought up. This is their buy round and a very important one for them. You do not want to be going this far down. 5 rounds to nothing would be a very big deficit to claw your way back from in this half. Spoke about the
when you're starting Snow and attack. That's where you don't want to be, right? We talk Fracture can be very aggressive in attacking map. To be 5-0 down on your first attack, that's not where you want to be.
Look at this, 4 players of BLG sitting outside A main. No presence on the rest of the map. A very big gamble that nets them nothing, and they feel like maybe they've made a mistake. Quick rotates come through. They're not sure about where the players could be. A lot of question marks have been raised, but side of Shilai, they've played so slow they don't even know.
It comes in really fast. The wall goes up. We'll get a little bit of access to site, but first time ever. It's just shut down straight away, and Shilai off the back of that timeout, facing into everything. BLG have the ultimates to push it back as well, and spike down on site. This is Happy Way needs a happy save, but it won't be allowed.
Raga's trying to do wisey things against the original. You can't be version 2.0 if you're still a step behind. It's like we've tried to update, but we've just found a load of bugs because both these Neon players just sprinting through. But why does it matter when you have one that's sliding and one that's standing still? And Billy, I don't even know if it's one step ahead of Shilai at this point. I feel like they've just gone through the same system. We take early pressure, we find out where they're not, and then we just sprint to the other side of the map and fight them when they try to take sight.
Yeah, and I mean, it's working, right? You can't fault it in the slightest. Forces down another eco, so we should be looking at 6 here. The out cycle is, I mean, still very strongly in BLG's favour, in my opinion. You have the Rolling Thunder, sorry, you're close to the From the Heavens from Russia as well, and I mean, what the best that you can offer is the overdrive from Raga. I mean, they've not been very effective yet.
It's great in our gold lobbies, Veggie, and not so great in pro play when people are just tapping you in the head. It's not quite that raid boss, but it's going to lead the charge. Raga trying to gain some space. They're through sands, but if we know anything about Billy, Knight is going to swing this smoke. And they are just looking for the trades, but it's Shilai that are just one step ahead. For the first time, we are actually seeing a numbers advantage for this team.
But can they hold on to it? The last time we've seen a post plan, they had the numbers and it fell away as well. Viva taking a bit of chip damage, has to use those missiles just to delay the timing as well. Death with this Rolling Thunder is going to be huge, but it does hit YZ as well, which stops the push coming in, and all of a sudden this time is ticked down so far that it's actually not too winnable as a situation here.
Both Rolling Thunders used to counter each other. Neff just doesn't have the time to work with. Might try look to do a little bit of damage, get some exit frags, build up that ultimate charge again, but they have been caught out. It will not matter. Beaver can't hit the shots.
Thrifty.
And while Neff survives, it is a round win for Shilai, one they very much needed if they are hoping to get back into this map.
Absolute massive round. It could be the turning point into this series. 2 Vandals rescued as well. Help the economy a little bit. Something that they've struggled to do so far is build any constant stream of money. This one will help. But what matters more than that last round, Snow, is continuing on. You can't afford to fall into that 1 win, 1 loss routine, because your money just doesn't get built up and it really dumps you. You won't have that loss bonus to rely on getting some money back from anymore. What can they do here? Looking to head on to B, but the missiles off the back of the smoke delays slightly. But with no trip set up on that step, try and get out, and Happyway picks up that first kill.
Well, where are you going? Happyway, well, you're just running through. I guess it's entry Cypher now. Raga can't do the job. Happyway says they'll take the mantle themselves and just sprint forward onto site. And now, Billy are maybe not even going to look to retake this. Might just be looking to save the rifles that they have going into the next round.
Yeah, that was a full fast retreat, just going, hold up a second, guys. We've not even got past checkpoint A. Let's just call it back. Use this as a tactical timeout for ourselves. Just speak between the team as this bomb starts to tick down and explode, and we can identify what's going wrong. But, you know, so I actually love that from Happyway, right? We've seen that they struggle to take space so far in those first losing 5 rounds, and Happyway just says, no, I've had enough of this. I'm no longer accepting this slow walkout, methodical, try and clear things that effectively puts us in a corner ourselves. I'm just going to throw my hat on the ground. I'm going to kill a couple people, and I'm going to stop BLG progressing any further onto this site.
And I mean, this is reminiscent of 2023, Boostio and Alphair, where they kind of realized that who's the one agent that's not going to need to throw util on attack? Oh, it's your Sentinel. We're just going to sprint in, take those gunfights, and pretty much normally they're following up the entry to get the trade outs on the kills rather than lurking. But Happyway says, why even skip a step? Why even take that step of trading out the entry? I'll just be the entry.
Yep. All you need to do, solution solved for all you Cypher mains out there. If you're struggling to win games, just be the duelist you were born to be. But that duelist will be dead this time as YZ shuts them down quite quickly. Now identifying that this whole push can only end up on A, and BLG in a very good spot to deal with it. However, Eli are starting to feel this game in. They've started to warm up, and they do have the kills going in their favour.
As the angle needed to pick off Coconut, but there's 3 members to take down, and retaking with an operator historically has never been a good situation to be in. And as a swing out from Coconut pretty much secures this round, we're gonna have to see YZ back away. And the question is, do we see the hunt? I don't even know. Have they seen this operator? Do they know it exists?
Yeah,
I feel like we haven't even seen it.
It picked up the kill, yeah, it got Happyway, but I feel like the money's so low for the side of XLG that a hunt can't really be afforded. If you drop one rifle, you're putting yourself into...
What do you mean the money's low? Why are you at 7k?
Yeah, that's one player. That's one player. Come on now.
Is this like?
No, I'm trying to save up for a house here, Snow. We're talking about building bank
Elon.
balance.
You're like, oh, how can I afford to get myself a Vandal? I've only got 7k in the bank. What am I gonna spend the other 4k on? How am I gonna buy myself a yacht if I don't have generational wealth out here?
Yeah, exactly. We're looking to the future, not just the next round. We're looking to the future. You want to build that up ever so slightly. 3 rounds in a row will start to certainly put you in a great position. I'll allow the hunt this round, so I'll give you that.
Okay, just this one round. That's all you'll allow. But
yeah, just this one.
It's a counter timeout taken from Billy to try reassess their options. Considering the timeout works so well for Gilai, they're like, maybe we'll take one ourselves. See if we can offer that same kind of turnaround. But I feel like the difference maker has just been the fact that Sheila has adapted to BLG. They're a team that does very well at adapting, and I was going to point it out in that last round. I feel like Billy sees smokes as a challenge. They're like, oh, you've put a smoke down, I'm swinging through this. And the only change that Sheila has made is they've just started watching the smokes.
That's fair. That's fair. You know what? I'm gonna bring up some previous statistics now, right? Last time that these two played, like I said, finished 13-8 to Billy Gaming. Eli managed 5 rounds on attack and only managed the 3 on defense. So as much as this is starting to look a little bit like progress and they're getting into there, they're still only on track to get as many as they did in the last, and then they have to deal with the unstoppable from before attack of Billy. So for Sheila, they need to win almost every single round going forward. They can't afford this timeout from Billy to have any effect. They need to ensure that they are better.
Just brute forcing their way into Sands, forcing out these rotates. They can choose to commit, they can choose to back away, and you see why are you already waiting, holding that angle, holding the smoke, but it's Raga that will get both the kills, and there's more members peeking. Billy just can't help themselves. They see an angle, they see a fight, they just have to take it.
A kid, when there's like free candy around, they're like, oh, I can try it, but they don't know the police are watching them, right? So they try and take a handful, and then all of a sudden, they're getting arrested and they're put in jail for stealing candy, but they've not learned their lesson. They try it again, the next one tries it, and then they're in jail, and then the next one tries it, and they're in jail. That's what's happening right now. Billy just cannot stop swinging and cannot stop dying. And honestly, they're kind of griefing a little bit. I'm going to put it out there. They're kind of griefing, and Sheila are just feasting upon them.
There is no way that they let this operator go easily. making sure that that hasn't picked up. They will find it in main, be very happy with the information, knowing that that operator is going to be gone. It will make these future rounds that little bit easier. But now they want Levius. They want to get a full sweep. They want all 5 players. And with that information gained, we see the members like sharks drawn to blood, trying to hunt this player down. But there's just not enough time to do it in.
Told you I'd let them hunt this round. And it almost worked. It almost worked, but it was allowed.
Okay. Are you in the comms right now? Are you got a walkie-talkie? Just like, okay, this.
I hate to tell you, I'm actually the XLG coach. I called the timeout. I called the hunt. Surprise!
Benji, that guy actually has hair. I've seen your hairline. There's no way that you're that coach.
That's kind of crazy, man. It's 10:30 in the one this for us at the minute, and I've just been cooked so hard that I'm like a steak at dinner time. Been burnt. Not good.
Switch up from Billy. You spoke about how they're kind of griefing themselves a little bit. I would agree. The change up has been let's be slightly less aggressive in terms of just sprinting at them. But they still want to keep that same aggression. Still want to take that space. Wisey's found one. The fault line is going to be able to give them that space to retreat. While that happens, Shilai feels like they're making the right read, but they are heading straight into a trap.
Yeah, straight into the lion's den. 3 members ready and waiting, but it's going to be coming down to what Viva can see in A main. Identified that no one's holding it, and that's exactly why Eli have been called back to slowly push up onto Dish, seemingly aware that the weaker side, but the tap of that orb will alert Wisey and K-Knight that the assault is coming here. They try and get ahead of it, and ahead of it they will do as Net picks up that first kill. And now just in a position just to spray it down and collect more bodies.
The IGL, Viva, the last player left alive, gonna have to show that they not only have the brains, but they have the aim to make this happen. It will be 4-0, 6 rounds picked up by BLG. And if the Shilai squad does not want a repeat of history, they do not want the same result as last time, need to see them pick up these last 2 rounds.
And I'm thinking the key to that was purely Wisey getting that first kill and then not over-aggressing it. You called it at the time, but this intelligence to use the fault line, to not push and be more aggressive, but to actually use it as like a delay tactic to get away with their lives is what wins that round. And it's those battles that will contain this. They've tried to go from some aggression, once again using the same combination, but realising that no one is on the north side. All this attack will come from the south. Don't need Jon Snow, there's nothing to worry about in that north at least. But with the fake being sold on site,
how does Raga get 1? It's a situation that 1v3, they shouldn't have got anything. But now they found their way through. But it is Levius just swinging out the smoke. They cannot help themselves, this Billy squad, but why would they when it always works? And even more aggression. It's Wisey now pushing forwards. The overdrive going to be used as well to get that movement to find that kill. And with BLG just finding their way onto site, Coconut, the former IGL, the former captain, the former leader, carrying their team through this round.
You put the Phantom in the Coconut and shake it all up, and the result that you get is another round win. Looked a little bit scrappy and messy there, but ultimately it works.
I feel like the biggest part for that is the fake was sold so well, but not only that, Raga got 1. I feel like in those situations, in those fakes, you're not really expecting the player to survive the Neon that goes alone on site. You're expecting it to be a 4v5 retake, but Raga getting 1 just makes such a big impact and gives Shilai that chance to play an even numbers round.
Now that we get explosion on this attacking half for Shilai, close to tie this up at 6-all. Remember, 5 is what they got in the last. They'll be looking to one up that, shown that they've learned their mistakes from before. Yes, there's some compositional differences, They need a different outcome, and falling straight into that trap on Levius is not what you needed on this round. And right now we're standing and deliver. Everyone will fall to this Cypher, but it takes Happy Way, the opposition Cypher, to start this comeback.
And smoke's all on the site. It's a little bit chaotic for both these squads, but the numbers are dwindling. It's Happy Way that has to be the hero, has access to the spike. Only one cage to use and a triple hold. There's 3 players there and waiting, and there is no chance at all. And Veggie, you were worried for Sheila. History seems to be repeating themselves, so I think your worry might be right.
Yeah, I mean, that is fully down to Gandalf, the Grey, and Levius playing that character, shrined in white, saying, you shall not pass, you shall not enter. This is my domain, and I will teach you for trying to come here so many times. A switch of the half gives the coaches a time to talk through the defensive plans for XLG and for BLG, the plans on how to replicate the previous success that we've seen from them on this map. And right now it's hard to say that my money wouldn't be with that BLG side.
Yeah, but the predictions for both Twitch and YouTube people watching the channel, they are fully on the side of Sheila, not just for the game, but for the series in general. And maybe they might be proved right. Maybe I did say it's probably going to be a 3-1. Maybe this is Billy's map, and from there it goes all the way to Sheila. But we're looking at 62 to 38% in terms of the YouTube poll. I feel like it's the exact same in Twitch as well. They're both twinning. So both of these teams are, both these platforms are predicting a Sheila win. And I feel the same, but Veggie, you're telling me that at least for this map, you might be believing in Billy.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but I mean, looking at the stats in front of me, I would not be falling for that since I've pushed my glasses very forward. Chat is cooked right now. False understanding on how this matchup was ever going to be.
Veggie, I feel like we just have to highlight what's going on right here. We've just been told that. So the difference between these votes is on the right, this is basically if your teammates say that there's an op on A, what will you do? On the right, instantly run away and rotate to the other side. On the left, nah, I don't believe you. Let me peek.
I mean, feel like I'm running away. I'm like, nah.
But my favorite part is that this is the region that brought out the taking a 1 versus 1 against an op. Yeah. And so the fact that the vote was one of taking the 1 versus 1 and peeking it anyway, it just is so fitting for the region as a whole.
Nah, I'm better. That's the meme.
Nah, I'd win.
Yeah, nah, I'd win. I'm taking that fight. We're talking about nah, I'd win. That's exactly what BLG will be looking to do to close out this map. Starting by applying some pressure over on that B site, identifying the players that are in heaven. This drone from XLG quickly clears that out and takes away any of the question marks that BLG might have created. And it looks so like they're just happy to just sit and play a heavy retake over on A.
What is that? What? Someone check in PC. That's not allowed. Happy Way, you can't be doing that in the finals. We've got to check the word.exe must be active right now, at least for that 1 kill. With all the smokes going down, it is going to be side taken. Why are you trying to gain some space? All alone, K-Knight having to hold down this dish position. Why is he here to support? And there are members pushing through. Billy does not want to give this space easily. And why would they when they could just find every single kill across the map? Happy Way left all alone with absolutely nothing to do but die. And it's Billy carrying on their form from the last half.
So, we've just seen the Dr. Lupo chess scandal, and all of a sudden we're straight into the Happy Way VALORANT tap through a door. I mean, the only explanation is the comms are so good that they somehow had an understanding of the timing involved in that.
Happy Way has smell-o-vision. They sniffed the players walking around door and were able to just aim through pure smell and echolocation.
That's why they call him the shark.
At the end of the day, didn't make a difference to the round. And Billy, just all 5 stacked towards this A site. Sheila has the right idea of what site it's going to be, but the wrong idea of what side they're going to be attacking from.
Yeah, before choosing to try and clear out this clearly a preferred method to do this. Stun could be pivotal, as YOU has got themselves through it. All of a sudden, BLG are just mowing everything down. The grass had to be cut, and it would be destroyed ever so slightly. Rarga left in a 1 versus 4 with a classic. Is this doable?
Rarga playing KDA, question mark? Why weren't they there with the team? You're the Neon. Get in there, buddy. No, I mean, they were trying to clear out, see if there was anyone coming from Dish. They were kind of that anchor, making sure they didn't get flanked. But I feel like at the end of the day, you need that Neon in there. You need that Neon taking some of these aggressive fights with them, creating a bit of that space, or at least a little bit of that chaos so the rest of the team can find his kills.
There's definitely a situation from YOU that could have got that a little bit messier for BLG. Could have maybe done a little bit more damage, but with half shield on Coconut, the regen from Viva, wouldn't have minded seeing an outlaw coming in, but ultimately it's just the rifles in hand for XLG. Need this round to stop Billy Gaming getting on to that 10 and being in a gap of 5. Really starts to be difficult to close that one down, and you can see that they just want to play retake, right? They have halfway set up. Not on site, but holding onto the back end main. They want to try and get through, but so far I haven't seen too many signs that it's going to work.
Like you said, they are happy playing that retake. They are happy playing for these set plays, and it's something they've done well. And a little bit of a gap in the smoke, but YOU can't find anything there. All 3 smokes have already been used by Billy. It is now a completely open site for them, and they feel like they have to go aggressive on it. It is the right call, but Teo Util is just going to stall out YZ from taking any aggressive fights here. But they just want to push forward. They just want to keep finding these fights. Do not want to let G-Lai set up for that aggressive set play, and why would they when it's working so well? Rarga, though, has found their way forwards, looking to find these kills, looking to take these fights, give their team a chance to defuse that spike, but it's not planted for Russia. They're gonna have to run forwards, but it's a pros don't fake situation. They get half and find the kill, and Viva, the IGL, being that carry that this team needs.
Yeah, you've seen it. XLG too hyper focused on trying to take that extra space and pushing the fight into spawn so they didn't have to hold the angles and play post pant. But ultimately, XLG make an adaptation. They leave the 3 in spawn, they push through the attacker spawn and get themselves in a position where they actually have the advantage. They have the angles to be held, and that's what you see. Gets half, knows the fight's coming, stands up, takes the kill, easy does it, picks up the rest of the half, and XLG get the round that really had to be theirs.
9-6 scoreline. Nonetheless, XLG has players set up to take these fights, and they found an opportunity to use that utility, to use one of these protocols and those set plays, but it's countered as both teams just spamming through the smokes, forcing the other one back. The benefit of Billy is forcing them back to a completely open A site. But if Sheila is giving you that A site for free, do you want to take it?
Yeah, I don't want to be walking past those doors when you know Happy Way's around. Some chip damage already forced down onto Neff. I'm avoiding that. My calls just hit B every time, boys. Hit B. I'm not walking past here, but you see Rarga trying to take that space that worked from before, and it will be Levius who's on top of it this time to get the kill. Call to hit over to fast react onto B, but not aware that Viva, the player that's won rounds before, will start to win this round as well. Has the ult, the Armageddon to force it back, but the call is just like a yo-yo, heading back across towards A. This time it will be unchallenged, uncontested, allowing for a free-flowing plant, but do BLG know about that?
This fight is a round-defining moment, and Viva knows that there could be a player there, that there could be a lurk there, and with the spike going down, there's a very small chance that Billy can win this, but they are facing a lot of utility.
Strange plant position as well. Hathaway still having that trip up, knows that nobody could really push through in towards A attack spawn. The Armageddon will just clear out A main now as well to give them some, but unchecking Dish could cause a little bit. An Armageddon to answer back. And now they just have to hold. But a 1 versus 2. The overdrive's initiated. And Viva, the player who's won before, will look to do it again. And does get the ace. The time is there as well. The defuse comes in. It's massive for Sheila. It's massive for Viva. Every possibility. It's an improvement from before.
And I'm dumbfounded. My jaw is dropped. I mean, the fact that that round was so close to the 4 versus 2, but the fact that it comes down to Viva having to ace every single player, getting all of these kills. And while it is a good team effort, that should not have been as close as it was.
Yeah, I'm just getting flashbacks to the goal Eddie Guerrero with a name like Viva La Rosa coming in, making sure that XLG are not going down without a fight in this first map in this grand final, and putting on a show. 1-for-1 trade thanks to the aftershock. Poking it, using everything that they have to do, but can they keep on this momentum? Stop Eddie Blank coming in.
Not quite able to stop the plan, not able to spam it out. Orbital Strike is going to force them back a little bit. Now Billy wants to look for these fights. K-Knight is this anchor up top, has to find some kills, and they manage to do so. But it's Rusia taking an aggressive angle, looking to stop the onslaught of players. And in an even number situation, it's going to be a fault line that's used to slow down Coconut. The former IGL can't do anything. And Viva just left alone to die. And Billy on those double-digit rounds. It is their game to lose now.
Back to restoring normality. Russia had enough of losing, was not going to let Viva pull another one out the well. You can only go to it so many times. Getting a little bit of hype there, bringing it in, and timely here actually. Unexpected. I felt like both teams had things going in their favour. Maybe for Sheila, it's just understanding that can't really afford to start losing any more rounds. They know where the success factor is, and it's just about the coach reminding the players the rinse and repeat tactics that need to come through.
And I think it's just bringing it back a little bit more of that discipline, realigning the fact that this is a team that plays really well off of crossfires, really well off of utility and swinging off each other. And right now they're being almost dragged into the dirt. It's very much that thing of like, sometimes when Immortal players play versus Silver players, they'll get beat because they're not quite sure what the Silver players are going to do. And it's a very similar situation here where Sheila is expecting certain protocols and certain rules to be followed by Billy. And when Billy starts breaking those rules and swinging these smokes and taking all these aggressive fights, Sheila aren't adapting to it and playing their own style. They are falling into that kind of dirty fighting mentality.
Dirty fighting mentality. We'll need to really play heavy here on a save, making sure that when they go into the round after, they have the weaponry. But we've seen Sheila pull off an eco before. It would be absolutely huge if they could collect another, but they are gamble stacking the north, and once again south is where the damage comes from. As a Scotsman, it's always the south that you worry about. You've learned these lessons before, clearly yet to make their way across to the CN region to start worrying about the south. But this plant down snow, this is dangerous. Like, what do you do in this situation?
Get some kills would be a good start, but it's Billy that are going to be finding those kills. While you does a little bit of work taking one single member out for themselves. With all 3 players left in dish now, they are just waiting to force themselves forwards into this blender. Maybe Braga can look to make a little bit of space for their team, give an opportunity to find some kills. But they might just be looking to die to the spike here, deny these orbs, try not to let this Billy squad snowball anymore. But if YZ has anything to say about it, they're going to find all 3 of these kills. And the mental boost that they will gain from that is monumental.
If you wanted to die to the spike, how about you die to a bullet through the head in game by the hands of me? I mean, it just gets so close to the ultimate as well, right? It's an extra 3 orbs that get picked up. No one you want that more on than YZ to really start to put the pressure on. 2 away from closing out this first map. XLG, a mammoth uphill task to do, but they're starting to get the ultimates rolling on as well. 1 away from Rolling Thunder. And they tried to take some aggression early on to shut this one down. They do get the location correct first time. They're not really able to collect. Never mind. Happy way once again.
Like, what is this player doing? How are they just always finding these kills? But it's only the one and it's traded out. Ultra Strike used as well. It's all the utility. She is banking everything on this round, and why wouldn't they? It's one that they need to win, and they will do so with great effectiveness.
I mean, they took the aggression. I feel like from the side of BLG, they had to call in a reaction quite fast, which they didn't do. They decided to try and fight through the smoke a little bit and fire back, and that allowed for Hathaway to get that one tap. It allowed for Rarga to get up on top and start to try and cause some spam damage as well. I feel like even just taking the rope and shooting across to north, or just fully aggressing onto A would have been the answer rather than stalling out momentarily. But for XLG, an answer into what they need to do to replicate success. But will BLG be more equipped to handle it?
The aggression from both these sides. Neither of them want to give up this space. Knight's just swinging through the damage. K-Knight just doesn't care. Tanking one proc of that aftershock. That could have been their demise. And when Happy Way's around, you don't want to be walking anywhere near that door anytime soon. Oh, I'm worried. I'm worried for Levius, knowing what the outcome could be. This anchor, this lurk, left all alone. 3 members peeking. They could go huge. That could have been their moment. But a 1-for-1 gives the information that they need. Billy knows that this B site is absolutely free.
Yes, it's a huge bit of information. Allows this plant to come in, start to try and get some post plant. You see the drone going behind to clear out on spawn as well, just to see where they really have to hyper focus their concerns are, and not revealing anyone from that side means they can concentrate on just holding down the spike. And they've actually took some aggressive angles here, holding it by dice, rotating underneath as well, but Neth caught lacking, not looking down. Happy Way, I think that's through the smoke again. Now just has to focus. The Tahoe missiles come in. It will be held to half. The kill does come in, but Happy Way's on the hunt. Armageddon used. Can K-Knight pick up this kill? No, Happy Way gets it. And it won't be enough time. Baited down as Sheila collects yet another one, and this gap is quickly diminishing.
A salute for the sacrifice, knowing that you can at least stick to half in those Teo mollies before you need to get off, and they are just going to pretty much die to that, but it gives their team the round win. And I feel like this is really showcasing that Billy are just not willing to give up space sometimes. I feel like as soon as utility starts being thrown, a lot of teams will be like, okay, you can have that space. We'll re-clear in a little bit. Whereas Billy just starts throwing more utility, throwing more members at that space, and it can sometimes work out for them, but sometimes it is massively to their detriment.
Oh, the coaches be addressing that, trying to regiment a bit more steel and grit and discipline into this squad. Maybe not where they work best, but it might just be what's needed to get these final 2 rounds. See the look of pure concentration on all the players, knowing that winning this first map gives you that mental advantage, gives you a fallback, right? It's if you win this, you can afford to lose the next map. It's fine, you're then not 2-0 down. Lose this and you could quite quickly start to fade away in this series. For BLG, given the position that we're seeing them in, they cannot afford to be losing this map, especially with what, it was 4-0 to start off the map. That's huge when you're winning both pistols as well. To have it being this close, XLG certainly pushing them a lot further than we would expect.
You look at the kill counts, Billy always ahead. Even the rounds that she wins, it's still very close ones. YZ already found their way through. That overdrive is going to be used to find a very easy kill onto the IGL of XLG. While it is a save round, they've given themselves another rifle. Maybe it's Raga's turn. to not care about these smokes, to just push through. But Russia has found an angle. They're behind 2 players. They just need to find the perfect timing and they could just shut down an attack. But they haven't found it. They've got to make their move soon, but they've been spotted. Russia now on the flank, taken out. And as these members from BLG are taken down one by one, it is one player left alive. That is Neff. But with only a stinger in hand in a 1 versus 2, you do not have many hopes for them at all.
No, I mean, the problem with that flank that came through was that you're trying to cause long-range damage with the stinger as well. They've tried to get away there with the Guardian, but will just be taken down. I mean, it was close, right? But ultimately, a lot of play from XLG was just perfect and precise to push at the right time. You've seen the suppression stopping YZ going even further with that overdrive. Meant they had to hypercare just down on a stinger, which isn't America's. You cannot be killing people across the map with that.
Economy so strong for Shilai. Despite them being down in terms of rounds, they Billy in a premature must win for them if they want to have a hope of avoiding an overtime at the very least, if not just being swept away in a 13-11 by the force that is Shilai. They managed to insert a player up into this heaven position. That could be just what they need to turn the tides of this round.
Especially if they can manage to sell it and push back, but instead it will just be committed. YZ now starting to reveal the push, but no one quite to see it yet thanks to these blockers from the smokes. YZ kills out Coconut, will allow the plant to come down, and in a 5 versus 4 retake, it's going to be difficult. Can the post plant show a little bit more grit than it has before? XLG have proven that the retakes that they can do is a massive improvement from the first game, and this is looking a little bit better.
Shilai had no idea that there was a player under. There's so many players in main as well, and while they have gained the site, they haven't gained the space that they need. Orbital Strike is online, not to mention that Teo as well. This is so difficult to play against. The stall utility is crazy, and in pretty much a must-win round, BLG have won it.
And I think something I'm just starting to notice here as well, so is that BLG aren't just going for the... What is it with people killing people and like through smokes or doors or that in this game? But anyway, it's not always the traditional plant spots, right? You're seeing BLG pull out quite a varied range of where they're posting the plant, and it makes it difficult for XLG to really focus down on that after plant retake, because you're having to worry about angles that maybe traditionally you haven't thought about or haven't needed to clear because you're used to it just being planted default. You're used to it planted on the second default monitor that would be behind the box, but instead you're planting open for multiple angles to come through and kill you. Then starting to even worry about your own spawn for where these players could be coming from. But the worry this time is that the A main could be the hit, and they're absolutely spot on with 3 members walking into this double stack in A main. But are they aware that 2 could be hitting it from dish as well?
Going to be used, fault line as well to push them back. No aggressive play being made by Shilai just yet, but they still have this A main control, and BLG wanting to force the pressure here. It's an Armageddon used, they have to fight it, they need to move forwards, but it's comboed with the orbital strike. There is absolutely nowhere that you can go. The utility is perfect, but Viva swinging through the smoke as well. The support is here, YOU looking to find a kill, and they managed to find 2 in a situation where they should have only got 1. And now Russia, the last player alive, not only alive, 6 health points. They are limping through the map, hoping that they can find any opportunity to find a round win.
It's going to be YOU that's going to be waiting with that molly just to deny any push through with 14 seconds left on the clock. It is just going to be a save on that Vandal. Keep it going into the next round. Don't even bother trying to get down the plant. Maybe hope that someone pushed you from the spawn so that you could try and take some damage away, but ultimately 12-11, XLG really starting to turn the screws now.
round away from that overtime, Vegelton. Are we gonna find it? It's your formal name, but look at this utility. Both teams, crazy. 2 orbital strikes, Armageddon as well. That is just a no man's land in A main that neither team should be crossing. And it goes the way of Shilai. And I feel like Billy trying to break up Shilai's protocols yet again with potentially another very aggressive B push.
Down here quite well for Shilai though. 4 players positioned to try and prevent this. They have to deal with the trip. And look how close Hathaway is to this. And it's actually just going to go aggressive and push through. Picks up another kill through the smoke. Throws the hat down and picks up another. This is the raid boss from XLG. Neff shuts them down, but at what cost?
At what cost indeed, and it could just be the cost of winning this map in the grand finals when the stakes are highest. BLG might just have crumbled. It's Raga. It's not quite all alone. No smokes being able to be used by Billy. These angles can't be cut off. Fault line going to be used instead to gain a little bit of space. See, a fast lane cuts off those vision lines. Spike is going to go down, but Raga has all the space they need, all the information they need to gain this retake, to push forwards. BLG needs to win this fight. They managed to do so, but there's information there. Raga with the overdrive has found one, but they know exactly where Wisey is. It's the MVP of this team. It's a player that just can't find the kill. Veggie, we have our first overtime of the series.
Sign of things to come potentially, but Snow, what an absolute round from Raga that is. Just the patience to sit up in heaven for so long, looking down on the peasants on the map below, the creations of the plans. And it just goes uncleared for so long that BLG just almost forgot that that was a place that someone could be anticipating such a retake. It could have happened. I love it from the side of XLG, just to say, let's just sit there and wait. Let's make them force it to us and go unchecked. It's great to see a 12-all overtime and the first map of the day. This could be a very long best of 5.
Timeout taken instantly by Billy. They know how important the first round of these overtimes can be. If you get yourselves that advantage, it's your game to win. The other team is just playing to survive. And I think it's going to be difficult to read, right? Both these teams very even on this map so far. Defense has been slightly favored. But for Billy, it's been off the back of some very aggressive flood retakes, some very unconventional plays in terms of swinging out of smokes. Whereas for Shilai, a very retake-heavy half. They're very happy to stack one site, retake the other. And Happyway has been so effective as that anchor when they're left alone.
Bro's put on the infrared see-through wall glasses today. And let's be honest, that has won them a couple of rounds. They'll need that to keep on coming through. BLG start on the side that they won so many before on. You just have to feel it's going to be a case of who can win that first attack in that round.
I feel like Shilai very happy to just let them burn this utility. Let them try gain that space and then re-clear afterwards. And we see members roping back across. They think that BLG are going to be happy with having no information and backing away, and they would be absolutely right. This mid-round call could be perfect, but they have to deal with K-Knight. They have to find that kill first. And not finding that, it's put Billy into action. 4 members now on this side of the map, and Viva caught all alone. While there are members on Dish Dev dropping down into sight, it's about to be pure chaos. Both these teams want this fight. But Shilai, very cleverly backing away, not taking the risk right there, but it will be a risk taken here, as there are still so many Billy members around, and Coconut as the last player left alive. No milk to be extracted there. Just some easy credits and a round win.
Yeah, I mean, so that's just a great read and call from Billy when it comes to it. They shut down the attack from main, and you seen it even before XLG had transferred themselves to the door. They had two people quickly across to watch the door exit and plant the position, to push out from it. And it really stopped anything from coming through. You want to push through the door? Well, tough. We're watching it. We are the bouncers to this nightclub that is the site, and you will not get anywhere through. We've seen it being held down by Cypher before, but didn't even need the traps this time. Just pure line of sight and gunpowder to stop that coming through. XLG, a massive round on the hand here, but we've seen them do it before.
I feel like it was the perfect idea for XLG. It just wasn't the right timing. If they had just waited another 10-15 seconds, those Billy players would have been gone. They would have already rotated. They would have pushed through Dish, and then they could have taken that exact same space, made that exact same play, but with nobody on that site waiting for them. And I feel like that has been the story of this game. It's Sheila trying to make these reads, and the reads are right. They're just not anticipating the timing from Billy. They're not anticipating how quickly Billy will rotate to a site, or how willing they are to take some of these fights.
Now we're starting to get to the end of this chapter. The question is there a few more pages left before the next installment, or is this the final paragraph? Indeed, BLG's chance to close this map out with an attack. They had a couple chances in normal time. Will they be able to do it in this overtime? The drone will gain a little bit of information. It almost looks as if they just back off the back of that. This drone from K-Knight just clears out the dice. No need to take a gamble when you've already thrown the drone.
Difficult, Sheila, to read what Billy are doing. That smoke is going to raise so many question marks. Could they be up in tower? Could they already be creeping through towards the site? But that information from Raga is gained. Levius taken down, and a fault line used to try stall these members. But they just want to keep pushing forward. Raga just keeps wanting to take these fights to pinch the map, but they're being flanked. Wisey has found the perfect timing and shutting them down, but they themselves are taken out, and now in the chaos, Billy has an important decision to make. Where does this spike go to? 3 members sprinting out, but a molly will stop them. They just want to run through it. You can't do that. You're taking damage. Why are you? Just will not let you through.
Yeah, what are they doing there? They're just continuing to push through damage as well. I get there's, I know exactly. I get that there's 16 seconds and you're starting to feel the pressure, but ultimately you're almost on site. It's literally a second away. You can get there. We don't need to go that hyper aggression and push through it. And I mean, we should have just thought that was the challenge. The floor is lava. Let me step in it.
I mean, at the very least, throw a smoke or something, so you're not having to just sprint out into gunfire. It's Billy again. Is sometimes these plays, these hyper-aggressive plays, work out so well, but sometimes they look like such big blunders, and this was one of those that could just have cost them this map.
The repeat of the first round in overtime. Get this back, but the players are stacked up on the wrong site for this time. Not fully prepared. That drone does get a lot of information and tries to do a happy way. Spam through the doors to a happy way, but they're a bit wise to their own tactics. Spike now gets themselves on site. Pre-plant, uncontested. No utility to even try and delay. And this is a 5-person post plant. They need to deal with this push though coming through from spawn. But Viva is in a great position to do so.
The perfect spot, the perfect opportunity to just wipe out all three and give XLG the advantage they need. It is one perfect play, one perfect timing that Viva takes to push their team over the edge. And now it is XLG's game to win. It is XLG's opportunity to take, and it's Billy that are on the back foot.
I absolutely love that. Viva, you've seen the swing as well from Happaway just to bait out the thought that no one's even going to be there. And to collect all 3 kills, I mean, 2 would have been commendable as it is, but to even pick up the 3rd, .YZ, XLG are in a fantastic position to claim this one out now.
Which has voted for triple OT. They believe this one is going to be a Billy round win.
You don't listen like to Twitch.
Hey, they seem to have maybe been right about XLG winning the series because they might be on to winning this map. Was in Billy's favor. Eva, inches away from finding a kill. Rusha is going to be spotted. But with the stall utility coming through, Raga will just throw away their life. Nobody there to trade. YOU taking down members as well. Viva, they're just running thin. They're just retaking the site as soon as it was taken by BLG. The space already claimed. And just like that, it is map 1 going over to She Lai Gaming.
I mean, Snow, I had serious question marks coming in to what was going to be VLI Gaming's defensive side. They more than answered the task of showing the clear improvements from match day 1. For Billy, you have to feel that they had the chances to close that out on multiple occasions. It was favoured for them. Everything was falling into place, but when all was said and done, it's She Lai who stand on top of that hill with the first round in this series and the first map in this series, heading on to what ultimately could only get better for them.
Speak about how it was Billy's game to lose. It literally was. They were ahead at every single point until that overtime. That 14-13 round was the first time in this entire map where they did not have the round lead. Billy had every opportunity to close this one out, but it was when it came to those very important rounds, She Lai just had that X factor. It was that playing off of each other, that utility, the way that they trade each other out, and some of these very important clutches that just went their way.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing a huge clutch coming in from Levius there on a round that went their way, but I mean, I feel like the coaching staff of BLG are going to have a job to do during this time out. Yes, you were very close to winning this map in the first place, but there's just little errors and over-aggression, and I mean, even just thinking back to that OT round where we're pushing out through the fire into the flames and into the roasting bullets that collect them down. It's just errors like that are going to cost you not just rounds but maps entirely, and you only have 2 more maps that you're allowed to drop before this is too far gone, and you need to fix those errors up now.
But we speak about it, we say, you know, 1 map down, only 2 more maps to lose. It is still 2 more maps. You can look at this as essentially just you're starting the series over again. If you win these next 3 maps, you're going into the win. See MVP there, YOU, some very important round wins from them, and I feel like the utility usage was on point. The timings of some of those mollies, I mean, we saw it literally win them that overtime round to get them into the position that they were in.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely spot on. It's impressive. I think from the side of BLG, we need some of those bigger name players to be stepping back up. I expected
But Veg, what more can you expect from YZ? I think they were like 27 and 15 and something like that. Like, they had a monstrous performance. What more can they do?
It was going to be K-Knight I was going to be calling out. I expected a lot from K-Knight coming in from what I've seen from them throughout this whole stage. They are a player that can be relied on. Don't always maybe get the biggest call out, but you can see them down at the bottom. I mean, still got 18 kills in 21, so still not the worst, right? But ultimately, someone that I was expecting a little bit more from. Russia as well, another player that we know has the capability to just take a game into their own hands. And I mean, I guess, yes, you're playing Brimstone, but Brimstone on Fracture is often the big player, right? When you spoke of it, you can see what YOU done with that Brimstone able to top frag. So I think there's definitely improvements that Billy could have been doing, and maybe just need to get their players a little bit more involved in the game completely.
And it feels like that, you know, when you look at the stats that come through, Billy had a really good time in this game. A lot of first kills. We see some flawlesses come through too for them. Like they were winning some rounds really effectively against Shilai, but it's just when it came to those later rounds, they were playing a bit too aggressive, too willing to take some of these 1v1s, too willing to swing out these smokes. And as soon as Shilai started reading them, started playing their own game style of trading each other out, playing around that utility a bit more, Billy just didn't have a counter.
Yeah, and they're going to need to be ready for this next one. Heading over towards Lotus, 3 sites, 3 different angles to even be concerned about, different compositions, potential rematch of them over on there as well. But we're going to have to hold our horses. Go ahead and get yourself some refreshments, because this thing is only starting to heat up, and we will be right back after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for map number 2. Still Billy, still July Gaming. This time we're headed towards Lotus, a map that they've both played on before, once again on weekday 1. And Snow, I feel like you've got your hands together, you're focused. Does that mean that you know the score from week 1?
Because I have a trade offer for you, Veggie.
Oh no.
You give me a Billy map 2 victory, and I guarantee you a banging series, because that is what we might be looking at so far. Map 1, if you've just arrived, first of all, where have you been? What have you been doing with your life? It was an absolute banger. We went to triple overtime in the end. No, we didn't even make it to triple overtime. I think we won just before triple overtime. But it was such a close match between these two teams. And if that was anything to go by, this Lotus is going to be very much the same. Yeah,
I mean, absolutely. I guess I'll just answer my own question. Then yeah, I quite like the presentation there for this, even said BLG Lotus. But anyway, this time when they met up last was also 13-8, but this time to the favour of Shilai. And it was BLG's map pick on that one. So BLG will be looking to replicate what Shilai just done to them and extract a little bit of revenge and steal their own map back. But for Shilai, they'll be feeling confident. The biggest factor is getting Rarga back on that duelist of Yoru that they are so good at causing chaos on. Happyway potentially picking up the Astra there as well. It's a good comp that can certainly cause a lot of damage to this BLG side.
And I feel like one of the more important parts was what the desk was talking about. The Chinese desk was talking about how BLG last time could not take advantage of their early round leads. They were often getting first bloods, often getting early picks, but they weren't able to convert them into rounds. They lost a lot of those clutches when they shouldn't have. And we'll have to see if they fix that up here. If they can take that aggressive playstyle, find these early advantages, but also convert them into round wins.
I think just even for me, just looking at this straight off the bat, that there is some compositional differences from what I was anticipating coming in. Talking about compositional differences, the first thing that we see is a bit of aggression placed on C to try and force some fake over, and then instantly hitting A, try and cause some fake over towards they, and then make your way back to C. The mind games from BLG coming in to try and do anything that they can just to make this defense a little bit thinner when it comes to the push. And now where are we going? We're back towards A. This is like the revolving door of a big hotel. It just goes round and round and round, but no matter what, you're ending up in the same place.
Revolving door, that's going to be something that Coconut is going to be looking to play around. That door opens, it spins around, and in come all of these BLG members. But both players are stunned. It's a concussion versus concussion battle. No one can see, no one can move. But YZ will always manage to find those kills no matter what.
YZ typing ED, get it done. Try and stop the plant. Just causes a reposition. Rusha, big right click, and another one to follow up. And all of a sudden, it's a clutch master left all alone once again. A 1 versus 3, a familiar. A familiar position to be in this time. It is a different map. Not clearing out drop just quite yet. Will get that first kill, but with 48 HP, you have a frenzy and a post plant to deal with. K-Knight opening the door. YZ. So good once again, just playing confident, calmly, and will get that kill just when they thought it was safe to look the other way.
And this is, we see right there the Billy X factor, the fact that they play in unconventional positions. Viva was like, oh, I've already cleared out drop. I've cleared the player that's going to be playing there. Not expecting YZ to also just be tucked behind the box because it's such an open angle. You wouldn't expect anybody to play right here and just play around that position, especially when you already have a teammate posted up there. And I feel like sometimes Shilai is expecting certain rules of Valorant to be followed, and when Billy breaks those, they just don't know what to do.
Lost the habit. An interesting decision to be made. Thinking about heading over towards B, but once again, just trying to draw out some number game, but XLG are wise to it. They've seen this trick before. Both numbers get spotted out, however, though, so they have to try and dodge the utility that comes in, but Instead, it's just a fast reaction over towards C, identified what numbers were everywhere, and that C should be very weak and should open up for a very easy plan.
A London Marathon just happened, but we're recreating it over here in Lotus right now. All players sprinting over towards this site, trying to get themselves there as fast as possible. And it's a flood retake. Happyway's going to be the first one leading the charge, and a right click finds every shot it needs to. And now it's BLG at the disadvantage. They're being forced back by members and utility. They still have time to rotate if they want to, but their ego won't let them. They have to take these fights, and it will be their demise. It's Neff all alone, and YOU, the MVP of that last map, will be leading the charge and granting the Shilai squad a victory.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly how to answer back your critics just when things started to look a little bit messy. Just win a thrifty, win the next round, take away the gunfire that your opponents might have, and cut down any confidence.
And part of it, you know, we've got to speak about BLG. Well, why don't they just leave? They've got the weapon advantage. They're even numbers 4-on-4. They have 45 seconds to work with. Take yourselves to another site, play that advantage again, but they opt to stay. They think they can make the victory with the weapon advantage, but the utility and the numbers was just too much for them. And we see now an outlaw being picked up. Happyway taking good advantage of that weaponry. BLG on the back foot here.
You know I'm a fan of this by bringing in that outlaw when you know your opponents are not at their strongest. It just makes so many free kills, and challenging it, it's impossible at times. You've seen the graphic before from these fans in the crowd saying, I'm fighting it. Well, this is exactly why you take that runaway option and just get away from it.
It's scary, not only for this round, but the next round afterwards, because we see a few of these people have bought up sheriffs, have bought up ghosts. We see K-Knight even on half armor. So there's no chance at all that they're going to be able to buy up full armor for that next round. So that outlaw is pretty much an operator for the next few rounds.
Try and get his maximum value. The maximum value coming in from Russia, who quickly doesn't get maximum value as Viva, with the missiles, called them in from above and puts YZ in a 1 versus 4. No weapons to be claimed, just a sheriff in hand, 39 HP, and a mission impossible.
Possible mission is not going to be fulfilled right there. YZ was given too much to do. But now, we look towards the next round. They're going to have a bit of money going into this, but the key thing that we spoke about is this operator. I say this operator, it pretty much is an operator, this outlaw, which is going to be so devastating, I think. I mean, I don't know how many armors we're going to see. It's a bit of a weird state when you get thriftied. You see 3 half armors, 3 members from Billy that can be one-shot. And they're 3 of the members that will be going in first.
You do not want to challenge. Thankfully for them, the Outlaws in a different position, but it doesn't really matter when Raga is just speaking out, getting a tap and TPing away back to safety to reposition and come back and hit on C again. And now you have 2 of these players walking up. Yes, Neff wins that fight, which should actually cause the reaction from either one of these sides to start to worry about A side. It will be XLG who are committing the bodies back across to here, not wanting to play heavy retake, not wanting to allow the site to be taken for free, but BLG are happy just to play this at such a slow pace.
Which is surprising, to be honest. Not often that you think about BLG and go, oh, a slow pace for them. Normally, it's YZ sprinting through onto site, trying to find these 1 versus 1s, but Levius is going to make a little bit of noise. But as per usual, XLG, so happy to just play retake, to just play these numbers. They're so confident in their retake protocols. Viva, gaining a little bit of information, knows that there is a player here. YZ wanting to take that fight, pushing through. B site has been gained, and Spike will head to this direction. Fake plant and a pivot towards A.
Trying to just delay any push through further on, get that tap down, drain out util, which it does. It gets that Armageddon brought out, thinking that the B site was still going to be that location, but instead, like, thoroughly planted down on A. A little bit of delayed timing, but I mean, ultimately, getting that ult used out is absolutely massive.
He pivot point. The anchor has to find the opening pick, but finds two, and now can just get out and back away as Raga hasn't spotted anybody yet. And it's Wisey going for even more. How have they found three? How have they won their team that round from such an aggressive position?
I mean, I think it is literally just that tap of the spike as well that draws out the Armageddon.
Yeah.
It's crazy that just the littlest touch has caused such massive impact, and I guess that you see that as well. Happy Way missing that shot with Outlaw isn't going to be doing anyone any favours, but it's fine. They can still afford to buy into that next round. Yes, there's a Guardian coming in, but you can still afford to buy.
Start team to come online now. Key ones at the moment. Overdrive available for YZ. Dimensional drift from Raga if they need it for the retake, but it might not even be a situation where they can use it yet. So much pressure from both these teams towards Mound. And at the end of the day, it is Billy that are going to have to back away. The double Viper walls creates an interesting situation for both these teams. Going to push forward towards Tree. Yet again, it could just be this B push into an A pivot that XLG has to be ready for.
Raga has taken a decent amount of space over on C, so they know where this is going to be. The ult's invested in. Gets more information on these numbers. I mean, at this point, you fully know the hit is on B. It's just how you go about counter-reacting it. Tries to counter with the util from Breach, but Levius, who's clutched before, will just shut down any reaction and puts Billy back in the driving seat at 3-2.
I was just, I don't know why, I was just perplexed by... I've never thought of using a cloth to go over the mouse. And I mean, it makes sense, right? Sweaty palms. Yep. You don't want to be caught in an M&M situation. You don't want that mom spaghetti on your shirt. Keep itself nice and clean. Billy, right now, getting hyped up, getting energetic, feeling themselves. And why wouldn't they? They are in the lead. G-Lai, on the other hand, two rifles to work with, one of which is a Guardian. Billy wanting to take advantage of that weaponry. Just pushing the pace, and YZ, this is the Billy we expect. This is the YZ we expect. Just running through, but it will be to their detriment. They are taken out. Fever all alone on this site. The IGL has nobody to lead. They're here all alone, but the flood is coming through. The mollies are good enough to force this Billy squad back.
Has to use the Into the Shadows just to escape. And now it actually comes down to if BLG can hold XLG in this trap. Look where Happy Way is! Gets the kill. Yes, K-Knight is taking out you, but all of a sudden, it's a 1 versus 3. You know where the last player is. It's been identified. Raga takes the chip to cause a little bit more damage, and now you have the reinforcements coming. Can Russia stand their ground and prevent this collapse from happening?
Stall out and force Russia into a difficult position. It is XLG just staying calm in this weakened state. They didn't have the weaponry for it, but when you play together as well as this team do, you don't really need that superior weaponry. You can just trade off each other.
Yeah, I mean, you see the mistake before from Happy Way with the op shot. Maybe it's a bit harsh calling it a mistake, but ultimately it cost a round. This time, it's just absolute excellence to not try and push through into A main. Just to Happy sit in lobby. Like they said, Happy wait is what I'll be calling them from now on, as they waited in that lobby, picked up a kill, got another one, and just trapped the side of BLG with no hope in hell.
He has access to that Viper's pit. D-side could just be a very big point of contention. That to keep some space, but first, they know they're good for it. They want that pick, not able to find anything. And still not decided if they want to play heavy for the site, if they want to back away. They're in a bit of a safer position in backside. Rotates are coming over as well. Molly prepped to stop any potential push. As Viva gains that information, they know one player out of B. The push will come through on towards site, and the pit is going to give an opportunity for a potential flood if they need it. Billy taking a big risk planting here.
I mean, this this pit, like you said, it stops any future pushes coming in. You cannot be challenging backside. Means that BLG had to push through this choke point, and who better to do it than YZ? Picking up 2, looking for more, will get that 3rd, but while they've overheated on that way, Rarga and Happyway have made their way onto site. Happyway is getting a little bit scarily trying to chase here down. It now all comes down, and look, once again, Happy waits for the push as Rarga is on the spike. Easy does it. XLG showing why they won this map in the first place.
You've got to question why they choose to plant there. I mean, yeah, they get the plant, they do the right thing, they make that aggressive push, and YZ gets 3 kills. But Happyway, still on site, hasn't been dealt with. It's just wiping out your entire team because they have a Viper's pit to play around. You look at this, they've got so many angles that they can peek, so many angles that they can clear pretty much by themselves with this pit. And you've got to question Billy's decision making right there.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I don't mind the plan. I think the idea of taking the aggression, like we said, was the right thing as well. But it almost just seemed like they forgot that the players could walk out that Viper pit, right? And then obviously Rarga coming in from the attacker side spawn on Mound as well just makes so much more that you have to start worrying about. And when your star duelist, who's the one that seems to be capable of getting all these kills, is out fragging on a different space, the rest of your team's just dismantled one by one on site and leaves YZ in a very difficult situation. And this timeout, it's needed.
Really change things up because they are playing to their own style right now. They are playing aggressive. They are looking for a lot of these fights, but sometimes it feels like they're too stubborn with these takes. They commit to a site and they're like, we have to go here. And when it doesn't work out, these good teams will pivot. They'll play a different part of the map. They'll use the time that they have left to go somewhere else. Whereas BLG feels like as soon as they commit somewhere, they have to fight it to the death, essentially.
Yeah, I feel like it's almost like BLG had fully prepped for the composition that had won the first time they played up against, and they're kind of thrown back by what speed going back. I mean, last time it was an Astra, a Vice, a Fade, a Teho, and a Yoru. Quite compositionally different with the double controller on Coconut and Happyway as well, on how this map even starts to be played out. And I mean, what can you do when Rarga is on fire? Well, you answer back with YZ to answer on fire on a 3K, but Coconut puts YZ back in place.
I mean, stuns don't exist apparently, they're just cosmetic right now. Rusha do not matter to this player. Coconut don't do it. Both these Omens just not wanting to risk it. Versus 2 situation. Viper's pit is going to be used. They find themselves in a situation where it is so difficult to retake this space, to play around these members that are just ready and waiting for them to tap that spike.
Okay, Happyway. We've seen the door before. It's the one player that you wanted to take down as well. With the Viper's pit falling, now it's only Rusha left to stand, and they get put down just as well. Happyway is on absolute fire just now. The brain power, the capacity to even think about that play, to spam through the wall, and the impact of it being the Viper's pit as well is absolutely everything.
Oh, and that double kill from Rarga. I mean, we didn't get to see much of this in the chaos, but what matters is you look at that spam, just pretty much winning the round there for Happyway. And it's the same thing we saw on Fracture, right? He's spamming through those doors. I think this player just goes through all the maps, just finding every single spam spot, knowing where the walls are made of paper.
Yeah, I mean, they had absolutely no right to win that round. BLG will be furious with how that one's laid down. Chance was minimal. When it's Happyway that's alive, it's every chance indeed.
Another chaotic start to the round. Pick for each side. Bound has been gained. That door being propped. Question marks will be raised. Eli has to dedicate at least one member towards the B site just to gain information, if nothing else. That smoke going down. He's completely free, but Coconut, what is going on this game? Smokes, are they just not showing up on their screens?
Low graphic settings to avoid the signs is what it is, but BLG realising that they're in a numbers deficit and want to try and take some initiative, take some more space, and that they will do, gets the first one. But Viva, so quiet on site, will just hide under rope, hoping that BLG will push into them. All comes down. If this is checked, it doesn't. It goes unchecked, and Viva gets the double kill. And it's Russia in a 1 versus 3, and YOU says DIE to them. And all of a sudden, BLG are running away quickly with this map.
Viva's all the anchor that you need towards this A site. That's 2 rounds now where we've seen this player pretty much single-handedly hold it down towards A. And it's a good thing to see from your IGL when your IGL's fragging out, when they have that positive energy, when they have that mental advantage. It makes their calls even better because they have that confidence to do so. And last map on Fracture, we saw Billy in the driver's seat. This game, Eli just completely taking control.
They have the read on how this map is playing out. They seem to be very comfortable at playing through marked improvements. Yes, they won before, but this is a different read. Dimensional drift.
Armageddons are going to be used. Energy pushing forwards. They want to keep the spirits high, so they need to win this round. Billy just going aggressive yet again. Viva taken down, and it's everybody going down one at a time, and in an unexpected round. It is a flawless for this Billy squad.
That's so that they needed, right? Just when things were starting to look bleak, they answer back. A flawless round will certainly do the confidence some good, certainly keep the economy up, and 2 huge ultimates wasted from the side of XLG with 0 impact will only favour the side of BLG.
Outlaw has been picked up by Russia here. Looking to pick someone off at Mound, expecting an aggressive play from G-Line. Maybe they've done a bit of their homework. They know what could come out here. They would not be wrong. Happy Way is in this position. Coconut looking to bait, looking to gather that information for their teammate, but it will be for nothing. Pushing forwards now, has to be the sheriff of the town, but will not make it so. Raga is the hero. Not in this story. 3 versus 2 now. And it's Sheila showing a little bit of their Billy game style. Pushing out of these smokes, not really able to make anything happen. With YOU left all alone, you have a rolling thunder. It feels like it will be a waste.
You would have to think, maybe if you can pick up one, start to think about it, looking at the HP levels from below, could have had a call out. The damage has been inserted. But instead, it does very much look like we're just going to try and play for a save, the stun to delay anyone pushing out and sprint away back to safety. The weapon in tow. I mean, you've seen the stun getting prepared by Neff there as well. Just if you were to try and intercept, you were definitely going to be stalled out, and BLG claw back a 5th round, starting to get closer to tying this one up.
A lot of key ultimates coming online just here. We spoke about that Rolling Thunder being available for YOU in this next round. And with how retake heavy Gilai's been playing in some of these rounds, a key ultimate that could just change the outcome. But on the other side, nothing really available just yet. 2 off that Rolling Thunder, 1 off that Overdrive for YZ. We might see BLG put a bit of focus towards these early round orbs.
Yeah, I feel like you want to get Neff orbs as soon as possible. Make that happen. Even has the plant, the spike I should say, to get the plant down if it comes through. But I like it from XLG. They're contesting the orbs, right? They don't want to let BLG take control of the map and get the orbs. They want to ensure that they have control and make sure the ultimates that they've gathered themselves can get maximum potential.
From the shadows, just to gain a little bit of information. Feels like they want to hit this A site. Happy Way in a sneaky little position, using their own orb to just play around, to try gain an advantage. And the Rolling Thunder is going to be used. It hits absolutely everyone. It's about to be a massacre on site. Chaos ensues. It's XLG just running through, just creating a blender on site. But when YZ is alive, you cannot take anything for granted. It does not matter if you hit this person with a stun. They will still find a way to get kills.
Rolling Thunder actually got Happy Way killed in their own smoke as well. Fired up into the air and then walked back down into the shorty of Russia. But lessons that we can learn from this game is inevitably when there is a smoke, expect to die, because XLG will shoot straight through it into your skull, and Russia, a 1 versus 2 snow, tie this one up.
I love this. Playing together, playing off of each other. Know that it could be backside. They have no information just yet. The question is who takes this fight first. Viva gets it, but Coconut's there instantly to trade it out. It's perfect play from these teams. Gilai is just that little bit better.
Winning up on their defensive side. A huge mark and a huge sign of the progression that this team has made, showing why they are so strong. I'd like to think if you can replicate the success that you've shown on your attack, then you could be on a runway to bringing this map home as well.
Off time gives these teams a little bit of a chance to reassess, reevaluate what has been going on for them. Meme cam come through. Yeah. Oh, it's a Killjoy doing the Killjoy meme cam. That's a good spot by the cameraman right there.
This is intentional, right?
But when we go back to the gameplay itself, I feel like, you know, only a 7-5 half. With how strong Gilai looked, Billy was clawing it back a little bit. You know, 5 rounds for them. And while it was on their attack half, it's still something to work with. It's still an opportunity going into this second half. And it's not as dire as you might think. The only issue is Gilai, when they're on point on these attacking rounds, their mid-rounding can be so clean.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the historical data that we have before us. A 62% win rate on attack is what Gilai host and boast from previous throughout this tournament so far, and all they need is a 50% to get them over the line. So if they can stick to their average, they will most certainly be in a good lay. They've already improved their defensive side across the stage. You'd anticipate the attack to replicate into towards this.
Ramp up into this second round. Both these teams eager with anticipation. Nervous knowing that this could be the turning point. Gilai not really committing towards either side of the map just yet. Maybe expecting an aggressive play from Billy. For once, they wouldn't be right.
Billy happy to play this defense in their terms. 71% win rate on Lotus for their defense, so they'll be feeling confident as well coming into this. Happy with 5 so far. This drone will collect a lot of information, and YZ goes unchecked. Rarga will be the first to fall. The stun to try and take YZ out of the game, but as the teammate breaks the door, an escape route is planned out and a backtrack for XLG.
Billy's read it though. They've already got 3 members pushing out of this B side of the map, looking for a potential flank. The fault line counters them. Happy Way just that bit quicker with the pistol. Now it's an even numbers game. Both these teams having their equal share members on the map.
Opened into Garden. A sign of potentially where this could go, but it's a fake to draw the players across. Plant eventually going to be stuck down onto B. I mean, even walking through onto C, but Russia will be taking the first contact. The paranoia is absolutely massive. And Kent's up in a knife, but there's 12 seconds left to go. And K-Knight is there with the bullets to stop that one from getting out of control.
Both members stunned, both members mollied off. They just have to enter the gulag, pull out the knives, and try to bop each other. And while it's a funny interaction, it's a round win for this Billy squad. K-Knight finishing that one off for us. And I feel like you've got to question that push through. You know, Yoru taken out so early on this map. It's a very key part of how they play this map. Instantly losing that member is a massive detriment.
It's one that you absolutely do need to be creating space and causing a little bit of chaos and at least initiating the fights as it comes through. They've made some question marks over on towards A, but it's been heavily watched by this BLG side, and now with the emphasis over towards B, Rarga, the first fallen in the first round, will answer back with Russia. Will we see a repeat of the Thrifty as we've seen in the first half, or can BLG hold on despite the number disadvantage?
Didn't get a chance to talk about it, but Marshall actually invested by Happyway, taking a bit of a risk there, and that is going to be known. With that Sheriff kill coming through, maybe BLG potentially thinks it's a force. Play a little bit slower, not as aggressive as they usually are. AO drone's going to spot two. They know the information's there. Fault line slows down this push just a little bit, but they want to swing out. They want to try to find these kills. Levius pushing forwards, but there's nothing to find. And every member from every team is on this site, trying to find these kills, trying to find these picks, but Raga just can't be stopped. And now K-Knight all alone with nothing to do. And it's yet another thrifty from this Shilai Gaming squad.
It's actually crazy that you're looking at that thinking, oh, it's fine. BLG have a Bulldog and a Stinger there to shut this down, and Rarga's just one by one tapping each player's head with the Sheriff. Just be like, oh, you've got multiple bullets? I just need the one. Bye-bye. This is my site now. And it just allowed the time to come up as well for Happyway to walk up, pick up the Spectre that had already been dropped on site from the first kill. And the Thrifty that's then converted back is fantastic, knowing that BLG are likely to win the pistol, having won all four in both of these series so far, and then losing the second round right after.
Billy definitely trying to prove Sliggy wrong about how important pistol rounds can be.
Don't you question my GOAT. Don't you question.
I mean, you know what? The stats don't lie. Winning the pistol rounds, but losing the second round is never going to be to your benefit. But as quickly as the first pick is found, it is instantly traded out. And you've always got to have that mentality of, if Raga can shut us down with a Sheriff alone, why not pick up 5 Sheriffs on our team and see if we can do the exact same?
That was the exact call that was made. Listen, we just died to a Sheriff. Let's just all buy a Sheriff. Clearly the answer that is needed to success. I mean, so far, working a little bit well. Here, you would have to try and hope that you can pick up a little bit, but when all 4 members are going to be coming through this door, it's a difficult task to answer.
The only benefit for Billy is that no one was on that site when the utility... So they've got a little bit less firepower to face right here. Considering they're not really investing much into this themselves, it's still a very big ask for them. But they've taken out 2 already. They're somehow finding these kills. And this duel, the all-important one, left Russia all alone. No weaponry to really do it with. Trying to force some kind of one-way. Seeing if they can pull a cheeky angle out. Still has access to those shadow steps, but it will do nothing for them. As an easy pickup from Gilai pulls them up to 9 rounds.
Was looking a little bit scrappy there, but when things look scrappy, you call in Scooby. And you make it a snack, and ultimately get the round picked out. XLG just ensuring they were not falling through to that round.
Nice one still, nonetheless, considering how much of a disadvantage Billy were at. They'll be happy with making G-Live invest a bit more money into this one. And while the economy's not weak, they still got one member, Viva, on that Guardian, so they've done the damage they needed. Lucia on this Judge, playing in a towards tree. Could just be the detriment, but it's G-Live not even opting to go towards that side of the map.
Oh, if this wall drops, though, it could be a shooting range for K-Knight. Hold in reinforcement. Raga gets the first, and so do YOU and Happyway. Just when things looked like they were in a position for BLG, the gunfights fall in XLG's favour.
This team, how can they play so perfect? They know exactly what angles they need to hold, what angles they need to swing, and they do it together so effectively. This team is so drilled on every map they play, and if you're Billy, what can you do to counter this?
Not a lot right at this moment in time. I'd mentioned that Billy coming into this series had a 71% win rate on defense, and right now it's just been that opening that they were able to find, that, you know, a huge uphill battle to find. You had things going for you in Fracture and then it fell away. That could be the downfall for this side and actually forces them to have to play more matches in that Toronto side.
The real benefit that comes out for Billy right there is Judge was not found. They don't know that that weapon is in play, so it could still shut down a potential tree push if played. Oh my gosh. I mean, I have to stop talking. I mean, that peak was just pixel perfect.
Yeah, I mean, even just knowing that the rest of the team were behind them and were happy to hold from elbow as well makes it so that can happen. And that's where we're seeing Sheila be their best. The round that they have lost was from individuals trying to take fights one by one, but when the team are playing thoroughly the strongest and pushing one by one, and not one by one, sorry, pushing as a team, the trades are just always going to be there. And I mean, the sign there for Happyway, that is a player who's having a massive impact on this series.
Massive impact in terms of needing to realize that walls exist and maybe we shouldn't just be shooting through the wall, because at this point, you know, you got to question whether the word.exe document is active, because they found so many kills through smokes, through walls, through everything. And maybe that is because Billy's being a little bit too aggressive, playing some common spots that Eli knows they can spam. Now heading into this round, Billy can't really afford to lose it, but at the same time, not got anything to invest.
They have to make this one happen. Falling down to 11. This force buy as well is meaning that money's not really going to be stable for the rest of the game.
Lucia would love to play a close angle with this Judge if he can. So difficult to find a good angle to play on the C site, especially with the amount of utility that this G-Li squad has to clear him out.
I do like how far up YZ's come though. It means that all the pressure can be applied on C. Now the dimensional drift comes in, the reaction has to be correct.
It's only a classic. Hold the classic out, hoping that maybe they don't know it's a Judge, but G-Li, not a team that often over-aggresses and pushes forward, so I don't think Rush is going to have any ask in this round.
Oh, but when they do TP back to safety, YZ is stood there just waiting like, hello. But there's Viva, quickly answers back. Are they aware that Coconut is pushed out? Yes, they are. The flash is great, and it allows for K-Knight to open things up. The Rolling Thunder to force them back. Means you can focus on these players on site.
Rish is going crazy, just jumping round onto site. And why are you now left alone? And that Judge does even more work. And I apologize, I lied to everybody. I said Rish is not going to be able to have any impact in this round. It doesn't matter when you just treat yourself as the bait.
Yeah, I mean, it worked perfectly, right? You even drawn out the Rolling Thunder from Eli. Going into future rounds, that's something that you're going to be happy that you don't have to face off. Something that can always be counted on to win a round, and this time actually just bought them more time in this map.
spoke about it needing to be a must-win round for them if they want to gain some momentum. They did manage to win it, but they have to keep that momentum up. They have to keep the energy flowing. 7-10 is the scoreline for them so far. Pressure towards Rubble. And then they're just going to back away.
By knowing they're only a few rounds away from victory, do not want to give Billy another chance into this map. Don't let them get their confidence flowing on their favourable sides. It's a big fight coming in, and it's going to be Levius that picks up the first kill. Coconut does answer back, taking out Russia, but no real space has been gained across the map. BLG still very much control on all the lanes. B-Mound being taken, A being watched over. YZ has a lot to do here.
Even one. So with them. Just the one kill is all they need, but a bit of damage, backs away, gains that information, rotates are going to start coming through, and Billy has the utility to work with, but YZ feels confident, feels like they can find these kills, but it will just be to their detriment. They are taken down, and 30 seconds left. G-Life feels like they have to commit. Armageddon is going to use the flash, is perfect to pair with it, and just like a perfectly cooked steak dinner, the G-Life site takes are so tasty.
Yeah, got the Viper's Pit online from that kill as well. Uses that to what should cement this round. Nep in a 1 versus 3. Yes, YOU has low HP, but the spam gives away the position, and YOU answers it back. Puts XLG onto 11. Can mention that huge ults were had to be used, and you can't replicate that going forward. But you only need 2 more.
I feel like it doesn't really matter for them that the huge ults were being used. I feel like it's a round that they planned around using those ults. I mean, you look at that set play, and Armageddon into a flash comboed with it, so that the players can't even really turn it. They're too busy having to run away from the utility that's being used, and it is just pixel perfection when it comes to that utility.
Op coming in for the first time for YZ. Hoping that that can be a turning point. You only have 2 rounds that you can mess up before this one's over. You need to be perfect. You need to be thorough as you're running through, and see the Viper set to hold down C. 1 away from the pit. A kill could be pivotal to securing this side. Seems like XLG are aware of that. We'll just back off and play into the hands of this operator.
Right now, while that Durin spots members, tells them nothing. They know that they're in spawn. They have no idea where this G-Life squad is trying to head towards, and for Billy, it is just a gamble.
Folk cuts off any success rate for YZ. It cuts off information as well, which is why you can see Coconut still playing here on the C site, but Russia seems to be aware that the site could eventually come down towards here. It doesn't matter that garden door's been opened. The paranoia is prepped, and Levius is jumping on this box ready to bounce, but instead the reaction comes over towards B.
Ready for it though. Billy has a trap set up, and it's Neff managing to find 13 seconds to work with as the time trickles down. They have to get this spike down, and BLG knows it. They're just going to swing out, and while YOU can get some kills, it will not matter because Billy secures the round.
Damage at best, but another lifeline into the hands of BLG. Not allowing Chile to get to map point. Not allowing them to get to that 2-0 lead in this best of 5. Fighting not only for the map, but almost their lives in this series.
A very energetic coaching talk from this G-Life coach right there. We see that trying to drill into them, trying to put a little bit of focus towards how they can just counter this Billy squad. And do you have any guesses as to what you think they're saying, Veg?
Shoot heads, get to 12, invest ults.
Just 12, not 13. They
Well,
want
no,
another overtime.
yeah, don't let me finish. Once you get to 12, you invest the ults, and then you get the flip out of there with a 2-0 lead. But no, I think, look, we've seen Rarga have some impact, but maybe not as much as we had seen previously. Happyway is quieting down a little bit. You just need to get them flowing once again, get them working together. But importantly, like, BLG aren't falling for any of this movement traps, right? We've seen BLG try it on their attack, but even still, they're holding their grounds. As while there was a kill happening on A, BLG were sat there with Russia preparing the paranoia for a potential C hit.
I feel like you've pretty much hit the nail on the head there. They're reading this Eli squad, knowing that they pressure one side of the map, rotate out away from it, but for once, Sheila might just go for a full commit. They've got all 5 members on this side of the map. A pinch coming through. A very powerful position for Coconut, but it will be spotted out now. They're going to know exactly where this player is. And the spam through from Rusha nets that kill. But it is a counter. Neff available, has the Rolling Thunder. It could just shut down the attack. It's the bounce house coming through, and YOU gets out to safety, but Happyway's left all alone. A swing out will net another kill to Raga, a player that you were expecting to offer more for this team.
Now it's a 2 versus 2. Spike hasn't been planted quite yet. You can see XLG just want to try and take a little bit more space, and honestly, just probably try and deny a Vandal being picked up, but YZ just missing that chip spot. You know now where both players are, and it's a focus onto K-Knight, knowing that YZ can't push through with the ult, but does have the overdrive.
I think Thunder invested as well. You spoke about those ultimates and how important they were for securing not only the round, but the map. They were invested for nothing. It is Billy finding that round, keeping that operator alive as well. They are clawing their way back into this map.
Another huge round that falls in the way of BLG. I don't know what it is with these teams, but they get themselves into map-winning positions, and then the oppositions just start to activate and get themselves back in. I mean, it's 2 rounds that separate them now. BLG just don't really even have the money to invest. They have to count on 2 Vandals and a Stingers. We've seen the graphic confirming the Stinger on 700 kills. They'll be looking to make it 705 after this.
There's any 2 players you want those Vandals on, you'll be very happy with Happyway having it, but it doesn't matter when YZ is just that bit quicker on the flick. You look at the flick of the wrist, they will make things happen. Raga finds Levius, who just leaps back into their own pit, back into safety, but they are eventually taken out. The spike is going to go down, but there's only 2 members on site. If Billy goes now, they will have all the advantage, but they don't know that. Feel like they have to wait.
Trying to play this one intelligently, but it's drawing out a lot of util from XLG just to try and stall for as much time as possible. Raga holding by stairs. Top of the spike should do it, but you see the gun barrel. You see the fights coming in, and XLG are starting to win now. Starting to win this through. The spam is good, and Coconut, a sheriff in hand, gets the kill, and now we'll put XLG onto map point.
The position they want to be in, but will they bottle it like Billy did? Can they secure map 2, put themselves onto that series point, at least in terms of the map victories? Oh my good lord! What was that shot from YZ? I mean, at the end of the day, it does not net them the round, but that was insane to see.
Rightly so. Time out here, you know that this is a huge moment, and not just the map, but the series, the coach talking, playing things through. BLG Snow, they have to make some things happen.
The thing is, it's a Gili timeout, and you got to think, is maybe that a mistake? It's giving Billy a chance to talk to their coach, giving them one more chance to reassess what's been going on, to realign their goals within these rounds. Well, yes, Gili Maybe just one set play is all they need. One round win is all they need in terms of winning this map. This timeout could be a detrimental mistake if it gives Billy that chance to formulate some kind of plan to get back into this.
They have to, right? You can't afford any slip-ups. No mistakes can be made going forward. Otherwise, you're looking at a reverse sweep if you want to get your hands on that trophy. BLG, with the international experience, be the ones that know that closing this out and avoiding the Swiss stage is so beneficial, but instead it looks like the XLG side are the ones that are experienced in this tie.
Drone going to be used to force that player off a mound. We have had a vote in the YouTube poll. 71% feel like XLG is going to close this out. 14% thinks it's OT. And another 14% thinks BLG is going to win, but not in OT. I don't know how we see that happening, but, you know, I'm glad they believe. On that note, Gilai very much wanting to take this one slower, wanting to not take those risks. They know they are one BLG slip-up away from winning this map out.
I believe we're going to see a rollback of rounds. And then being predicted. It's not like this from BLG, just aware that there's some sense on C, and they're all just holding their positions, forcing it through. Raga tries a hero TP off the back of a stun, but the whole squad were almost aiming at that one TP spot.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely wasn't an effective play, and there's just nothing that they can do now. They have been completely found out by Billy. The play was predicted, and I asked if that timeout was a mistake. Maybe it was, Veg.
剩余10秒。
There's still time. I believe. I believe. It's
But
fine.
you got to think, like, Gilai, they just won that last round. They had momentum. They had the advantage going. Last one was Billy that had to change things up, and they go, here's a timeout. Have all the time you need to change stuff up and change your game plan. And Billy takes perfect advantage of that.
Maybe that's what the plan was, Snow. What you're thinking to basic level. Maybe the plan is to let Billy think that they're coming back in this game, just to rip the hope away from them. Every shred back. As you can see right now, Gilai will win this round.
在那儿。
I mean, they are going to have to force into it if they want to have their best chance, but they are just going to elect into kind of a save. 3 rifles being bought, 2 sheriffs being bought, but if there's anything we know about Billy is they like to lose these anti-eco rounds.
Certainly no strangers to losing when they are the favourites to win. Raga drawn out quite a bit of util there as well, and you can see Billy fighting heavily across on towards A, and the reaction has to be to try and get back over towards C before this is really just playing into a massive post plan.
Ollie could be used to slow them down, but it doesn't matter when you have 2 members that can TP past it. They've gained access to this C site. Billy might potentially be looking for their last retake of the map.
Going aggressive, playing in this
爆能器
smoke,
已部署，
trying to take as much space back from this Billy side as possible.
让导弹飞一会儿。
It's
Numbers
Knights.
still.
Ollie's being used. You pushing out the smoke has found the perfect timing, but can't get the kills. And Billy has found themselves an advantage, has found themselves an opportunity, and the spike is being stuck. It's got to half. The Molly's used as well, but it's Raga that's already got 3, and Lucia left all alone with nothing to do. And in a round that Billy thought they would win, Gilai has pulled it from their hands like taking candy from a baby.
Wow. Wow. Raga, we asked for more. You delivered more. BLG, I called it, Snow, thinking they had a chance, thinking they were about to take this to 12-11, and all of a sudden, step up XLG, 2-0 into this series, 1 away from the trophy. And they are looking good value for money.
YOU is going to be feeling the impact of that more than anyone else. Had the perfect opportunity to turn that round around. Just didn't. What am I talking about? What am I yapping about?
The chaos is just melted our brains. Don't worry.
I'm talking about this like she didn't actually win that round out, but they did. I mean, they came off the back of Raga just finding a triple kill in a situation where maybe they shouldn't have. But we look through these highlights yet again, and I feel like it's very noticeable. It's very noticeable how chaotic Bilibili plays. Whenever you see a highlight from their team, it is just someone swinging out, finding these kills in situations where normally they wouldn't. You look at YZ, just always looking for these fights, always looking for these opening picks, and we asked them to capitalize on these first bloods, but they weren't able to do so yet again.
Just wonder what map is up next, because if it has walls made of paper as well, it could very much be a descent and dismiss into chaos. But it does look like it will be Peril that follows BLG's map of choice for what could be their final resting places. In Scotland, if you're in Peril, you are in demise. You're falling quickly away, and that could be what Rarga, the MVP, is looking to do to this BLG side.
9 multi-kills in this game. That is 9 rounds where they got 3 or more kills. That is crazy impact from your list. And at one point in this map, you were saying you wanted to see more impact from Raga. Looks like they heard your call out and instantly picked up the slack.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the agent that we know Raga thrives on best, has had huge impact throughout this whole stage, and right now, proving exactly why. And when we head to Peril, I'm afraid to say it's another Yoru map. It's another map where they could be coming in even crazier. And I mean, I think they play Chamber on Peril, so we won't get into that too much, Snow, but it's a map where they definitely do thrive and cause a lot of pain for their opposition.
Yet another good game for YZ. We need to see some kind of effort from the rest of these team members to either just help them out with some fragging or enable YZ to do even more, because they are, look at that, 15 first bloods, but they couldn't capitalize. 15-8. And I mean, it's crazy to see a team that has 15 first bloods not win the game.
Yeah, I mean, and the fact that they won both pistols, right? That's another factor that you have to take. They've won 4 pistols so far in this best of 3. It's only been 2 maps, and they've lost both maps. It's not a stat line that you will want to be looking at. It's not a stat line that you want to be talking about. But ultimately, you can't afford to be winning every single pistol, losing the round after, and ultimately losing the entire map. XLG are very happy to be playing this way. They're very happy to be 2-0 up, and I'm sure they will be looking to end this in a 3-0 fashion, just like they have done every time recently.
It's not going to be an easy task for them, not less. I mean, we look at these past 2 maps. First map went to overtime, second map 13-10, not quite a dominant scoreline. And BLG, Bilibili has everything going for them in terms of getting these first bloods, in terms of YZ being online, a key player we were looking out for. So it is looking like it could be in their favor. We just need a little bit more from them. We just need something else to click together to pull them through the finish line.
Yeah, just need that one little bit to push them across. An 80% win rate on Peril, the only loss being to this Shilai side. We'll have to see if they can break that curse right after this break, so don't go anywhere because we'll be right back. Welcome back to VCT China Grand Finals for what could be the final map of Stage 1. Shilai one map away from sealing the title, whereas BLG need a comeback from the AGs to set themselves through. We spoke about history, Snob, and what do the coaching side of BLG need to do to ensure that this comeback is a reality?
You know what, Veggie? I've got one thing they can do. You can just prepare for me. Don't know if any of you have seen Men in Black, but please look into this right here. I mean, what they need, Veggie, is they need a mind wipe at the end of the day. Like, they need a reset of the mental. They need to prepare themselves in some better way. I feel like they're going to be playing scared going into it. I feel like they're going to be at a point where they don't really know what to do because they've played their aggressive play style. They've tried to play a little bit slower as well. It's just been countered permanently. But, sorry, I shouldn't call you, I should call you Agent K because you are part of the Men in Black.
Yep, and I just broke my glasses doing that. It's for the bit. Just
you know what? Worth it. You know, worth it.
Absolutely.
On that note, glasses are gone. We're reverting back to Veggie and Snow. The bit's over. It's no longer happening. I mean, at this point, if you're the coaching staff from BLG, you just got to be talking to them saying, look, just stop being such psychos. I feel like they're swinging every smoke. They just need to support YZ in the plays that they make. It feels like sometimes YZ is being expected to win rounds by themselves. If YZ is looking to dash in, looking to sprint in, support YZ in that, trade off with them, be the bait, just put them in positions where they can win rounds themselves. And I feel like that can be what Billy needs to just really push them over the line, because YZ's had two insane maps. If Billy were winning those games, would be MVP by far, but they've just haven't been able to secure the rounds.
Yeah, and interesting here that you're seeing Raga pick up the chamber. Happy he's taking that Yoru, Viva, Sova, Coconut, and we do get to see Vice. I'm so happy we finally get to see Vice. It wouldn't be a happy Valorant day without Vice getting involved in this. But still, another thing that I wanted to mention kind of coming into this is not only at a 2-0 deficit, but this is a map that you've played against this opposition in before. Map of Peril where Shilai have won before. So for BLG, a huge uphill task to be asked right now.
And I mean, it's a task that not many teams can complete. It's not every day that you see a reverse sweep come out. And while they are on their own map pick, I believe, Billy could maybe, just maybe, find some way to gain some momentum and pull us towards that fourth map. But with how Gilai's been playing, it's a difficult ask.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking at post plant that is available for the side of XLG, obviously you have the Yoru to deny as much as possible on space. The Astra, I'll always be happy with an Astra for post plant. If that Astra's alive, then it's almost as good as a round win for XLG. Billy, not quite is set up on that, but something that's going to have to come in is the Fade is going to have to play an absolute huge part in this matchup. I'm expecting multiple assists, Nightfall to be available on several rounds if you want to make this defense as thorough as possible. And it has to be Billy's last chance to stand in this tournament, last chance to get themselves throughout and get that trophy. And we'll have to see how it comes in. The crowd is pumped up. I'm pumped up. You just have to hope that Billy is also pumped up.
If you don't realize what's at stake here, which I just realized, Veg, most of our audience won't because we just mind wiped them. It is the grand finals. It is them playing for not only getting to international, they're already going to be there, but playing to skip that Swiss stage, being able to head straight into playoffs in Toronto, which is such a big advantage.
I like this start, just breaking the wall straight off the bat, not afraid to jump past it. Yes, the Astra was a little bit delayed in the push, but pushing straight through it. But Levius and Russia happy to just fight back on site, keeping this one at a close tie.
Raga already used most of those shots, has one bullet left in the chamber. The golden gun. need to find its mark if they have any hope of winning this round. A 2 versus 3 situation is never one you want to be in.
Oh, but it is certainly winnable. XLG are on an absolute torment of a run, and Rarga showing exactly why being on this chamber has been happening. Ready to come in and fight, but the low HP allows the time for Viva to come in from above and get that kill, and XLG, despite looking out of it, they win that round. First pistol of this, by the way.
Off the back of Raga, and that is not a good sign for Billy. They've won every pistol so far, and the first pistol of what is the most important map for them goes the way of Gilai. It's a start that can be demoralizing, and Billy has to let it not affect them.
They do. They opt to not buy into this. Clearly not in the desperation stage just yet. This outlaw from Rarga, though, could absolutely obliterate throughout this team.
People trying to get a bit of information, knows that there's an orb for free and we'll just back away. That is a benefit to this BLG squad, getting those orbs online. You spoke about how these ultimates can be so key on this map. And Gilai knows that they don't really have to commit anywhere just yet. They're still slowly playing this map. Feel like they want to re-clear a bit of space towards mid as well.
Certain Raga just over on that B, knowing with the outlaw, it's the angle that can pick anybody off. All the bodies from BLG basically placed in towards there. It's only YZ up in mid with a shorty that can even think about getting any information on this A site. As the pace is slowly making its way across towards A, you'll identify that this site is free and the plant will not be very costly in at all.
They'll know that it's there, and with the weaponry they have, there's not really much chance at this retake. I mean, YZ, no way they're going to be able to get in shorty range unless someone from XLG makes a very big mistake. Now,
Surely not.
retake, it's going to have to come through. Not looking to die to the spike, wanting to fight this one out, but with a lineup for this Yoru flash, it's a triple swing out, and they are just going to feed on the souls of this BLG squad. The weaker weaponry gives them no opportunity to fight at all. Why is it? He's just sitting in a corner with a shorty. I mean, what more can they do? Just going to run away and die to the spike. Does not want to give a kill over to Coconut. No ult orb for you today. But a very clean round from Gilai.
Yeah, I quite like the hunt there as well, to try and get closer to any ultimates that could be grabbed. Yes, we're only going into round 3, but if you can get that snowball effect going on, get your key ults online as soon as possible, it's a map that you can very quickly just have steamroll in your direction, and Astra definitely is one of those agents.
One enemy remaining.
In terms of fans, there's a little bit of faith towards BLG. We've had the polls come back. 40% think that maybe they can pull this one out of the bag, take us to a map 4. It might just be their hopefulness, wanting to see that map 4, not wanting it to end in 3. Most of the fans, very confidently so, I'd say smartly, suggesting that it is going to be that XLG victory.
When trying to clear out space will give a little bit of misinformation by the fact it's not found anyone. Opens up mid for the taking. Yes, it'll still be watched, but poked off and makes this one difficult. Tries to spam through, but ultimately you're not happy with that. Spam isn't going to do anything.
Pressure out of A. Billy doesn't want to give up this space, but it's only YOU alone. A-Knight finds a bit of an angle to find a fight, but it will be nothing else. And a push through R is going to pinch them in towards this site. They are out in the open, but there's so many smokes for them to play off. So many angles that they can try sneak themselves into. And in classic XLG fashion, it is a fake and switch.
At least BLG have some form of numbers here, and it will be YZ that gets to tap through. Happy tries to go further, but it's Coconut who picks up the 2 kills with the Sheriff. Plant trying to come in. Will look for more. Raga with the Headhunter finds 2 beautiful heads. And it is only the 1 member left. Position noted. And weapon upgraded.
Nothing really to work with. Finds the spam of 1, but with no bullets left. 6 shots will be not enough as Raga is playing this map so clean. And this is a very foreboding sign for this Billy squad if it is starting out like this.
Really feeling what that first map felt like for XLG being so far down in the first couple rounds. The only hope is it got turned around on them. Can they turn the heat up as well? But just Raga, like you said, is having an absolute game. And when someone like them are heating up so much, it takes a whole lot more than a fire truck to put them out.
Being held by Russia, the 1. A strong weapon in this round. It is only a Guardian, but on these long-range angles, it can be as effective as a Vandal. Facing against an Outlaw isn't exactly a fight that you want to take, especially when you have no armor.
Got out. A little bit of thought of aggression, but instead the fake clone, the fake out will be activated. Trying to get that wall, but it doesn't make it quite past. And Russia tries to peek to get some information, and inevitably, who's there waiting? It's Raga. Hi, hello, goodbye. Thanks for playing my game.
Taking no risks in this round. Dimensional Drift going to be used. Say thank you very much. B-site is absolutely free, which is exactly what they would want, having this Outlaw in tow. Raga has just been given so much freedom to search for these picks in the early round, and I think for the first time, it's not Billy getting the advantage of XLG early rounds.
Just once again, Spicy stuck with a shorty in a retake. It's getting it so unlucky.
Just gotta trust in it. I mean, there's a potential play, maybe a TP into a flash, but no, it's just going to be dying to the spike, I think. A peek out to try, maybe make some magic happen, but Raga 9-0. This player is playing so well, and Izzy, you're such a silly boy. There's not really much more you can say off the back of that one.
I mean, Tour de Force available now as well if they want to have to bring that into action. But ultimately, when you're picking up every single kill with the Outlaw and, like you said, being 9-0, it's just inevitable that if Billy don't call for a timeout and try and address these issues as quickly as possible, then it's not even going to be XLG that are running away with this one. It will be Raga running away 1v5 in this entire organisation in the grand finals right here, right now.
Billy reassessing options, timeout. Even our production in our ear saying rightfully so, as they kind of need it at this point. This is their backs against the wall, and with a 4-0, I mean, this is the most we've seen Billy down so far.
Yeah, I mean, the only real time that we've seen them have such high adversity right off the bat, we've seen them put this exact pressure onto XLG on Fracture, thinking that it was all going to be Billy's traffic, but it almost seems like since the start of that downfall, Billy haven't been able to put a good run together themselves. Chulai have thoroughly been in control. Yes, they scrapped back to get to overtime on Fracture, but it felt like that was almost inevitable at some points, and you can see how relaxed these players are adopting the Aspas situation. Bing chilling Snow, whereas for Billy, it's a look of stress.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Gile aren't even talking about the game, really. They're just sitting back, relaxing, taking their time. I think we may be going into a tech pause. That's potentially why.
Yeah.
We are cosplaying EMEA right here, Veggie. Hopefully, it's not going to be a week-long tech pause. Hopefully, just a couple of minutes before we head into this. But it gives us a bit of time to assess what's going on.
A lot of time of yapping. But for Snow, I think both of these teams obviously have already qualified for Toronto, right? So they have something to look forward to. BLG might be not too happy with the fact that they're going to lose this one, but they do have the group draw for stage 2 to look forward to after this series, which might be tough. You and Fulham just being decimated in this map if it does finish off 3-0 to try and watch out for your next groups, and they will most certainly be hoping to avoid Shilai in their group in stage 2 if this is anything to go by.
Literally just laughing, lying back, just chilling. I mean, these Shilai players are just so relaxed right now. I mean, why wouldn't they be? They're 2-0 up in terms of maps, they're 4-0 up in terms of round score, and everything is going in their favor.
Perfect for them. Perfect. And look at that. No MEA curses here. Straight back into game plan. Conversations heating back up. 15 seconds to get into this next round. And the biggest adjustment seems to be bringing that operator into the hand of YZ. Buying the shorty for what feels like 4 rounds in a row finally pays off.
Yeah.
You can afford a big gun.
Full thrift shop buys for the past 3 rounds and finally is able to get a good gun. This is like when you're living in the ends, but you buy yourself a Lamborghini just so that you have something to really feel good about.
Not even been bought, it's been rented.
Hey, I mean, you know, someone's got to build that business. Someone's got to look good in those Lambos. But it's Shilai just taking their time. They know this potential operator could be here. Why is he? Where are you going? I mean, just running forwards with the operator, but it's Raga that is going to use that sniper to great effectiveness, finding themselves an opening pick. And Coconut not sure if YZ's left and doesn't really want to take the risk, so just going to back away.
I think that's the right idea. Make sure that you're not giving up any numbers. You know you've caused a whole lot of chip damage and gets the ultimate online, but for Coconut, you have to be favouring this a situation that makes you escape, gets you some freedom, and you pick it up over on Russia.
I mean, that shot was insane. But YZ finally gives BLG something in the sense of a kill, but it's going to net them nothing else. They are just going to go into full save protocol. Maybe we can activate Jame Time. Oh, I just realized, Veggie, you wouldn't get that reference. You wouldn't know what Jame Time is. Never watched CS,
have to explain it. Nope.
There was a player in CS called Jame, and they used to play on CLG, and basically they were known for whenever they had to save an AWP, they would always just end up getting like a 3K or a 4K and like a 1v4. So it ended up being called Jame Time when you're like saving an AWP and just clutching out versus players that are trying to kill.
Well, it doesn't look like YZ's going to have to do that. In a decent position, only Viva is closing in on where that would be. HP is so low on both of them, it could just take that one little bit of peak, but YZ's got this angle on absolute lockdown and will take that gun away from Viva. A headshot as well, just to take...
Gotta get that ADR. you got to pump up those damage numbers to get the headshot with the AWP.
Yeah, I mean, when you're getting beat 5-0, then anything happens. Be like, look, guys, I'm not the problem, okay? I'm not the problem.
You might lose the series, but you ain't losing your ego. Oh, okay. I mean, some of these kills that these Shilai players find are just unreal. I mean, this region as a whole just shows such a display of pure mechanics. And oh my god, it got there from me. Shilai has combined that pure mechanical skill with some excellent team play and set pieces, which is why they just look like an unbeatable team.
Do finally see the mix-up coming up from Vice to try and hold this B site. An early wall for information will halt any progress that comes down there, but really a lot of success has come through mid, and to that last round being on A, you have the wall set up there to counteract any push that might come from A main and get you early information for the attackers. But they will just be walking into this Judge of Russia, which could be costly.
At least one. Neff looking to trade it out, will not be able to get anything done. With loads of members sprinting towards them, they've got the utility to stall, and they've got the agents on this site to do so. XLG have found themselves in a bit of a standstill, trying to push forwards. have access to that Hunter's Fury, but will not be able to use it. And it's now Neff left all alone to be the hero on this site. And they're managing to do so. It's finally Billy finding themselves an advantage. Maybe Neff can do more, and they will do what's asked of them. And Billy finally gets a round on the board.
Finally find some success, and it comes down to a little bit of, you want to just say, pure confidence from the side of XLG, using the fake smoke to try and take an angle fight as well, and then invest in the Astra wall to allow a push down from B main. But BLG just get a step ahead of it this time and do finally pick up that crucial round.
Slowing down the pace yet again. And to gather a bit of this information, find out where this operator is before they pivot over. Not being used, they know it's clear, they know they can take the space, and Raga looking for more opening picks will not be able to get anything just yet.
Done to try and get some chip damage through, but it'll only be the clone that will fall down. The wall's tripped, but can be jumped. Maybe not anticipating that from the side of BLG. Maybe one to go back and look at where you're placing that.
I mean, it doesn't really mean anything at the end of the day. It's a nice little bit of tech to see. IOU, access to that steel garden. This site, if BLG decides to defend it, they will be doing it without weaponry. Rusha hoping to use some utility to stall it out. Their classic in hand. It's going to hide in their own smoke, but it should be obvious to this Gilai squad. They know there's a player there, but they just can't make their way forwards. Ultimates from both teams being thrown across. No one can hear, no one can see. It doesn't matter, the weaponry is back online, and Billy are wanting to turn this round around.
And they're doing a good job at it, using the Nightfall to take everything away that XLG came in, but now it's YOU looking to progress, but BLG finally playing as a team, crossing through, but Coconut has cracked this defense from Billy. But YZ's position unnoted.
An operator online is not a weapon you want in these situations. Bit of time to work with. Is looking for the half. Coconut is swinging, but won't be taken down. And YZ now has to make the move. Has already halved the spike. Coconut just swings, but will be taken out. And Billy breathes a sigh of relief as YZ, their carry, can bring them another round.
Coconut does their best to try and save that round for XLG, but
One enemy
I
remaining.
almost feel like after this first peak where he forced off YZ off the spike and had to get away with their life, you feel like maybe Coconut should have repositioned to the other side rather than tucking back into that same corner, or even just held for YZ swinging back. Put yourself into a tough spot where YZ just has one bit to aim at, and ultimately when you try and swing through with no stars for the post plant, you're really in that tough spot. But 5-2 now. XLG still happy with the lead that they've got, and will be looking to add to that imminently.
It's not a player that you want to peek. It has proved why right there. The stun comes through. Easy TP out from Raga in this. We didn't get a chance to speak about the chamber that much, Veggie, but this is one of the advantages of it, especially a player like Raga can just take these aggressive peeks, and if it all goes wrong, they just get straight out.
TP back to safety. Same exact idea as the Yoru has. Apewe hasn't really had as much impact from before, but when Raga has been feasting as much as they have, then it's kind of understandable.
Going to be dismissed. Coconut inserted into a very, very deep position. Could just be the activation that they need, but they will hear. They went into the astral plane. They will know that there's a player there. The Armageddon is going to force these players onto site right into a ball, and it is a perfect set play from BLG to counter this rush from Zilai, but Coconut is still alive. They have managed to find a way to get themselves this site, but with 16 seconds left, they have to stick, they have to plan, and BLG doesn't want to let them, wants to try and force them back. The dogs are going to be used. The C's is there. They have no space to use. They have to find these shots, but it's YZ that yet again secures another round with the ending kill.
Yeah, the biggest thing that seems to have turned this is that operator in YZ's hand. We spoke about how the Lambo was rented. Well, this operator is most certainly being purchased and finding its impact, and that's such a lovely set play coming out of Blink there as well, right? You mentioned it, the Armageddon followed by the gravity suck and just the spam right back at them. Collects for 2 kills, forces this time out, and the Shilai coach has a lot of problems to address.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't say it's a lot of problems to address. I feel like Billy has been adapting pretty well, and when we know anything about Shilai, they also adapt pretty well on the fly. I think the main issue for them has just been that they haven't seen this kind of coordination from Billy before. I feel like they're expecting it to be more of that mud fight where Billy's going to be swinging out smokes, going to be looking to take every 1v1 they can. They weren't expecting these set pieces and the trap plays to come.
BLG, it took them a minute to get there, but they've certainly started pulling it out of the bag. So what number do BLG need to get to on their defense? Are you happy with like 4 or 5, or do you think they need to be pushing for even more than that?
3. I feel like when you've got some of these players like YZ, I feel like anytime you can get above 4 rounds, when they go on to attack, they just have such a massive impact in some of these rounds. And I feel like it's easier on defense for teams to avoid a player like YZ because you can just see the site that they're on and go the other way. But on attack, you cannot avoid taking gunfights against this player. And they have been so effective at getting these openings.
Let's see if they can keep this continued. YZ posted up. Try and punish anyone that wants to walk down A main, but you can see YOU is careful that someone could be there. Has the flash to try and get some information, but won't be used just yet. Want to get through this choke point on mid.
Not another shotgun play. Risha's in the exact same position they've been before, and at the same time, almost as if it was coordinated in sync. YZ peeks out. It cannot get the second though. It gives access to this orb. G-Lai wants to push the pace. They want to take advantage while they know they have the numbers here. But there is so much util being thrown back at them, stalling them from taking this site. And Neff finds another kill that just should slow them down. The spike is in such a dangerous position. And all members of BLG are here. It is up to Viva, the IGL, the captain, left all alone, cannot do it. And BLG have found themselves back in this game, Veg.
Too much to be answered this time. The timeout clearly not finding its use, not coming to fruition. LG collapse could be imminent. Are we seeing the comeback for the ages? And I mean, it is literally just down to YZ on the operator, and obviously that judge holding down mid, not able to deal with the shotgun, but there's still a half switch to go. We've seen Happyway was the exact same chaos before with a bucket on this exact map. Can they answer it back? It will just be a straight up B hit this time, because I mentioned the drift clearing out through mid.
No judge to have to worry about in this round. Dimensional drift, like you said, is used to clear sight, gain that information, but it's a counter-dimensional drift from YZ. And Happyway doing their best YZ impression, pulling out the shorty. But at least they are on site this time, so maybe they can find a kill.
They've got themselves up. Russia with an absolute smoker of a kill that saves their team from falling. Happyway with a shorty will be looking to show YZ how you use the shorty. Does get one kill, and now this post plant needs to be perfect, Snow.
I mean, investment into a save round. Hunter's Fury used by Viva was hoping to find a kill, doesn't get anything, and there is 40 seconds. They can just move, but I feel like they would love to end on this B site to get themselves a rifle onto Viva and give themselves the best chance.
I got so caught up in the chaos, I thought the spike had went down, but it's not. It's still being held up at the top of B main. Rarga wants to peek at this smoke and get an impact kill, but will only fall to the floor as they try to TP into safety. You're right, BLG have the site held down thoroughly.
You can't contest players like YZ and Rusha when they're playing as well as they are. A 5-5 scoreline now, all even up. It was pure domination for XLG at the start of this map, and BLG have just flipped it completely on its head.
Yeah, I mean, taking down Coconut in that position is what opens up the site to be accessed. Heaven was about to just walk into a throne of bullets. Aware position could be head there. Garden on 2,200 kills is massive, Noah. Big Garden believers in China, clearly showing other regions how to use it.
Why not when they tap heads the way that they do? It's a very effective weapon when you can find those headshots as consistently as these players can. But now heading into this round, see, being so aggressive with this operator, I feel like this is what teams aren't used to. They're not used to an operator peeking them, especially when they're on attack.
This is a question. They want to keep forcing into mid, but YZ is aware, will be watching it from one angle, and you have the Vice Wall elsewhere. Well, there you go, there's another Guardian kill into the mix. You've now dealt with the Vice Wall as well. And yeah, you force out some of the Vegetal to try and deal with this push as well.
Behind the act doesn't really offer much of an advantage, but a kill off the dart will give them just what they need. As Knight swings out, trying to find something, trying to be the hero for their team. There's just no chance. No way to spam that wall. G-Line knows it's coming, plants completely in the open. In a 2 versus 5 situation, Neff and K-Knight have so much to do.
Seen collapses from XLG before. BLG will be hoping that the same is yet to come, but you can see the Astra util is down, and I think BLG are just trying to address how they deal with this. The suck doesn't work. It does eventually draw off, but they need to swing, they need to get that kill, and they will eventually. When a 1 versus 3 swings out and Viva gets the kill, XLG finally back on the board.
All stop was almost perfect. They were almost able to be that doorstop that they needed. Damn. Break open to stop the flood of XLG. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Makes no difference to this round. YOU finds the kill just when they need to. G-Lai gives himself this 6th round. Manages to claw themselves back into it a little bit. With how Billy's been playing this second half of their defensive side, you've got to expect that it's going to end in a 6-6 hop.
Listen, I'm done predicting what's going to happen in these series. It's too difficult. What each side just thinks about things differently and brings it through, and when you've got YZ posted up in this little cubby with an operator, things get difficult.
Shot there doesn't hit anything but the clone. XLG wanting to keep pushing forwards. There is a smoke defending them, so they don't have to worry too much about the tail utility that's being used. And now the Steel Garden is going to make this operator completely useless. It's just YZ alone with a classic. He is going to be able to swing round. I say a classic, make that a sheriff. The headshot is found, but it's only 1 kill netted. XLG are online, on point to be able to make this last round go in their favor. But it's BLG, that flood retaking, and with the fade, util are able to completely close out this half. It was completely even.
See what I mean? You can't predict this game, man. Anytime things are odds are flipped in anyone's favor, just turned right back. The table is upturned, and the opposition find a way to come back in. YZ, the sheriff, does so much, but This retake just works absolute wonders, pushing from all the angles, kills coming through, and nothing that can be done to stop it.
Versus 2. How do teams keep winning these situations when their numbers down? I just don't understand it. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's whatever works. And Billy, I thought this was going to be a quick 3-0 with the way that the map was going at the start, but they've managed to claw it back, managed to finish off with a 6-6 half, and now I'm not quite sure what's going to be the outcome of this map.
No, I mean, the last time they played up against each other, they were able to collect 8 rounds on attack, and then obviously picked up 5 on defense. That was all that was needed. So clearly a marked improvement from BLG. You'd be hoping that XLG, though, have shown a lot on defense, and Billy, historically throughout this map, not just this map, sorry, throughout this series that we've seen on the 2 previous maps, have looked stronger on their defense than they have attack. YZ has been an absolute constant, but the rest of the team just haven't been there to back that play up, or to get the refrags coming off of when YZ eventually does fall. Can they do it this time?
Might be a little bit easier considering it's a Yoru instead of a Neon. I would say easier to follow. Maybe the teleport is harder to follow, but at least YZ can link up with that team a little bit better. Not going to be a crackhead sprinting around the site, just bunny hopping around while they hope to get as many kills as they can.
And remember, after this, if this map does conclude into Gilai's favour, we of course have the major announcements of the group stage 2 draw. So don't be going anywhere if this does conclude, because we have so much left to cover. But for BLG, they'll be hoping that group draw isn't imminent. They'll be hoping that it's still life in this series yet. Tied up at 6. They only need 7 to take us to map number 4.
Oh, you're already making aggressive play. All 5 members are towards mid. They want to take advantage of this push, and they have managed to do so. But with that information, BLG goes, thank you very much. We will take this B site for free. And you said we wanted to see people link up with YZ. How are you going to follow this when this man is just sprinting into the enemy spawn?
Sprinting with the shift buttons down, making his way through, but causes a little bit of chaos and stops the defense retraction quite quickly, allows the plant to come down, and now it's up to Raga to get the team back onto site.
One player that you want to be leading that charge, it is Raga. Had such a good series so far. Manages to get a little bit of damage over towards Levius, but it's taken it out. And off of the back of that, it's Billy that have forced Coconut into what is a near unwinnable situation. Time dwindling down, and they're just not offering fights. They're playing Ring Around the Rosies. They're just hiding. Why shoot at them when you don't need to? There's no need to find the kill at all. And while Coconut will find the one, it's Knight cleaning it up, and it's near perfect movement to just stall out that round.
Bro was playing duck goose there, just running around the circle like, you're not catching me, no chance, you are it, and I will not be found. Delay of time masterpiece. As BLG take the lead in this map for what seemed impossible right off the bat.
They are not uncommon to them winning pistol rounds. They have won 5 out of the 6 that they've had so far, but the issue is, it's often this second round where Gilai manages to pull it back and thrifty them.
Right, what are they doing this time? It's a considerable mark to go down B long, but the gamble stack is here. 4 members watching up onto B, nobody even considering A, knowing that this is highly probable where this attack will come into, and when you're down to such weapon disadvantages, you need to be trying to turn these favours.
I'll get 8 shots to work with. How they are shooting, you would expect at least a few of them to find heads. They get the 1 pick, and it means BLG knows that this is the site that is stacked. It's a sprint towards mid, a pivot to try and regain some control of the map. It will be heard by Viva. They'll have the information that this player's here. And it's all of the members from XLG rotating towards A, predicting that this is where it could be.
YOU with that Marshall could be one of the winning factors. Delays ever so slightly, but Knight picking up that first kill, and now this is where the damage starts to come in. Russia, wallbang, headshots coming flying through. It was always going to be a tough ask, Snow, but they gave it their best shot. A little bit of chip damage done, but ultimately, BLG win the round after the pistol for what seems like a long, long time.
Yeah, I was obviously almost expecting it to be a thrifty, especially when Rago got that first kill. I was like, oh no, we're going to see the Billy Billy classic. They funnel into sight and all die to classics. But no, it's actually Billy Billy being disciplined. It's maybe the coaching staff giving them a sit down saying, look, we get so many opening picks. We get so many first bloods. We just play the map out a little bit slower. Take our time in some of these attack rounds.
The next step now is, can they win the bonus? They have some strong rifles. They've invested into this as well, and they have a good chance, but it's exactly what happens. You see YZ and Russia pushing through, but the spam back from Viva and Coconut keeps this one at almost an even put. K-Knight and YZ, the only two left alive. Spike still stuck up in the main. Fancy. Almost
Just TP's backside, no util. You know what? I'll rate it.
Why not? Didn't have the shorty this time though. Maybe they forgot what gun they had.
I thought they were maybe playing with that shotgun. I don't know, maybe they just thought it was one of those unexpected moments where nobody's watching it because they assume it's a fake, because nobody would be crazy enough to go for that play. But K-Knight now might have an opportunity to at least get the spike down, get a little bit of money onto their side. And it's not a round that we're expecting them to win, but if there is any team that likes to win 1v3 situations when they're not expected to, it is Billy Billy.
And we've really yet to see a big performance from K-Knight in this series. This could be it. And the first two kills are massive. It's absolutely huge. Has the Nightfall available as well. The eye, the haunt is coming ever so quickly. Really have the time to reposition. The haunt identifies YOU's position. Now you see the vines try and delay a push through. If anything, it's stopped. And this is perfectly played from K-Knight. The delay on time is great, but eventually YOU will swing and kill. And XLG, a very costly round, but it's one on the board regardless.
Oh my gosh, I thought we were going to see it right after we call it, right after we jinx it. I thought we were going to see the 1 versus 3, but I mean, this nice set play, but both teams kind of reading it. It goes a little bit sketchy because the haunt is perfect, but that's a kill. I mean, what more can you even do if you are the side of XLG getting peaked like that? They played it perfect, but they just got diffed.
Transfer there was absolutely huge. I really wanted it for K-Knight, someone that is more than capable and just hasn't really performed throughout this series. A shining moment. It looks, that the buy isn't fantastic for XLG despite the round win. A bucket for Viva. Has to try and hold down mid and will not even be on the side that the side of BLG will want to aggress into.
I've seen shotguns work to great effectiveness, but like you said, not even a sniff towards that side of the map from BLG. It's all A site here. There are members ready to stop this push, ready to counter it. Happy Way swinging out, gets information that there's players there. Spike is going to go down. The wall is used, and YZ doing their classic aggressive movements, taking these fights as best as they can. Everybody's ready with this util. It's a counter from both sides. Flashes fired across the map. As neither of these teams can gain any ground, Drone lets them know there's players there, information that they already knew. And as they try to peek out, Happy Way finds nothing, and they will just be taken down by the perfect crossfires of BLG, and it's YZ yet again being that carry.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about how to, one, get on a site and plant very easily, and then secondly, how to hold the site after. You have just witnessed an absolute masterclass from BLG. The Cosmic Divide to open up the site, holding the Nightfall for as long as possible and invested it just so that XLG can't push through once that divide falls down. And it's just beautiful from Billy Gaming, and honestly it's something that's been missing throughout this whole series, that they've looked good at points, but the capability just to play such perfect Valorant to a sense is what might just drag them through the rest of this map.
I don't like to take too much insight in towards the kind of how people are feeling. You never know what they're thinking, but I feel like very much an emotional shift from G-Like Coach right there. Very animated, very energetic when they're trying to talk their team through the points that they're missing at the moment. Whereas on the side of Billy, relaxed, calm. They know that they're in an advantage right now. They know that this can be their game to win. This can be the opportunity they have to extend this series a little bit longer.
Man, that G-Like Coach is a second away from an Alex desk cam there. Man. Yeah, his face was turning into the monitor, not happy in one bit whatsoever. And absolutely rightfully so. G-Like have taken this map away from Billy Gaming before, and they just don't look like they're capable of it this time. Billy closing in on 10. This round, yes, we've seen them lose ecos many times before, but surely this is the time that Billy can start to put some pressure on.
And it's a map that Billy just looks so confident on. These crossfires are so nice for them when they get into these ghost plants. It's so effective. But it's YZ pushing forwards yet again, trying to find a kill, and somehow they've got the player they weren't even aiming for. And it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, the bodies are hitting the floor and the spike will be going down.
I mean, what are you supposed to do against this? It's impossible. A flawless victory coming through, no damage even cemented into the side of Billy. The money is going to be incredible. G-Like on their last knees in this map, looking like map 4 is definitely on the horizon.
So I want to be hoping that some kind of playstyle shift can help them out, but the issue is, how do you stop this Billy? They don't seem to care about smokes. They don't seem to care about the utility you throw at them. The only thing they seem to care about is if you can shoot them in the head.
Hey, listen, as soon as you put G-Like into a map where Happaway can't one-tap people through walls, things start to go a little bit differently, but this time they get the one-tap and manage to TP away. A little bit of a better start for G-Like, but it does come down to a lot on what happens here on mid. Can YOU stay alive? Can YOU prevent this fight on through mid for Russia? Delayed for now, but it's information gained that this team is trying to come down this angle.
G-Like taking a bit of Billy's playstyle and playing hyper aggressive, looking for these peeks through the smokes, trying to catch the masters of the Stewie peak. CS reference. Off guard. YOU knows there's players in spawn, didn't realize there were that many. Now, it is still G-Like in the advantage, but they're not quite sure of where these players are.
They just be playing as a team right now. There's a lot of G-Like players isolated. Obviously, you've got Rarga over on towards B. Happyway and Viva, though, not in great positions, and those missiles into dugout will try and separate the shot. Does eventually land, and thankfully it's rescued. 13 seconds to go. Can Happyway delay the plant? No, it will go down. The information's just going to keep being gathered onto where Levius goes to. Just standing, looking, playing as a team, waiting for the swings to come in. And as Rarga is there, Rarga will win the round and keep this one alive for just a little bit longer.
Needed. Hill Garden is up now, though. Didn't elect to use it in that 1 versus 2. He's kept it. Going forward into this round. A game changer for him. Eli pulls around back by taking a little bit of something out of Billy's playbook. Fighting through these smokes. Fighting these aggressive 1 versus 1s and trusting that you have the mechanics to win them out.
Lovely little tech pause. And you know what?
No!
So since we're in a tech pause, we can take this moment to describe there's been a lot of new viewership coming across since the PRX domination in Pacific to keep that train on going. Choo choo, everybody's on. But so why don't you break down what's happened in the first two maps for anyone that's just joining in?
Just because you're too old to remember. It's the memory loss.
Basically,
kicking in,
yeah,
so you've passed it along to me. Okay. I mean, what we got to witness is what so far a very close series. Both these teams battling it back and forth. It is 2-0 over to Eli right now. But first map, we were over on Fracture. I believe it was a 15-13 victory for Eli over Billy. And then we went over towards Lotus. Still a very close matchup, but Gilai was ramping up a little bit. A 13-10 victory for them. But now as we head over into map 3, you can see the scoreline on your screens. 10-8, but that does not tell the whole story. This map started 5-0 for this Gilai gaming squad. They were in the driver's seat. They were poised and ready to secure a 3-0 victory in terms of the maps. And now, Billy has clawed it back to a point where they are looking favoured.
They've took that momentum that they lost on Fracture on map number 1 and certainly ran with it here. There'll be a big fight coming up on A main. The flash is dodged, but it'll be a 1-for-1. Can they get away from it? You do see Happyway take the TP away to safety and almost just abandon Viva. Be like, sorry dude, I'm out of here. You've got this yourself. Play back for it, but Viva smartly backtracks back into the dugout. And that is a huge start as well. Reveals 3, but unable to get any kills from it.
Hunter's Fury is going to be used, can stall out the plant at the very least. Ultimate's being thrown by both these teams. Rusha has absolutely nowhere to go, and Wisey feels like it has to be forwards. They have left Neff all alone. No weapon to work with. The steel garden, that's so mean. They're all alone. The rifle is going to be pulled out now, and they haven't been spotted. This is the perfect position. They found one. It should lead to 2. And now a 1-versus-1 situation. It is Neff versus Happyway. 2 key performing members. Part of the supporting cast for both these teams. But it's Neff that will be the carry.
No. No, how have they let that happen? A 1-versus-3 against a player with a classic. I get that we're scared that they might not be playing closely. The ult doesn't hit the whole site. But you need to be using that drone earlier. You need to be trying to take the space faster and not giving Neff a chance to clutch up and force your team back down to an eco. A huge misstep from Gilai Gaming that could just cost them this map.
For a team so regimented, so prepped with so many good protocols to play around, it is not an expected result to see them clutched against in that kind of situation. Like you said, now onto a save. They're going to have weaker weaponry, not as much utility to work with, and a very big mountain to climb if they are to win this round.
Varga trying to take some space early on, does get spotted by K-Knight, but ultimately it's the bullet in the head of the Fade player that will get the information, and it pauses BLG's attempt at a rotate because they have to try and deal with the question marks being created. Little do they know, Rarga's backtracked all the way onto site, playing in for safety, and will just be happy to let them fall in towards them.
Seconds left, and now's the point where Billy's going to have to make their decision. Is it going to be this A split? Are they going to pivot over towards B? And to be honest, if I knew that Raga was on B, I would head over to A as well.
Especially when you don't need to worry about Happyway spam through walls or smokes to deal with. That player is gone. Easier sight. The Armageddon clears out dugout. But in this smoke, they're just going to stand. Surely it has to be noted that this smoke is there for a reason. Runs out with the shorty to try and get a kill, but it's BLG that come out with a 3 and ultimately leave Raga in a 1-versus-4.
Saw a 1-versus-3. Can we see the impossible? A 1-versus-4, but off of that stun, there's no hope at all. No risks being taken by BLG, and they have put themselves on to map point.
Yeah, map number 4 most definitely looming for the possibilities. BLG wouldn't have thought they were going to be here earlier on. Yet they find themselves in this winning position. Eli was definitely didn't expect to be here. Like you said, 5-0 up at the start of this map. Find themselves 12-8 down. A big ask for them to try and save this one.
You still have 2 maps to fall back on, but I feel like for them, they would very much love an early night, knowing that they won this 3-0, knowing that they are ready for international in their top form. Why are you in a sneaky position? No fake clones going to be happening here. No shenanigans. Billy. They look like a completely different team on this map, Veg.
It's almost as if they just wanted to give us the best value for money in this best of 5. A reverse sweep for the ages, making sure that all grand finals are unbelievable. And right now, I mean, they're definitely in the driver position even more. They're at the gate, they've paid for their ticket for map number 4. Haven is where they want to be right now. Besides a miracle from Shilai Gaming to even get back into this round, never mind the map.
Going to be used. It's countered with a fatal as well. Space is gained, but it's not enough. It's a 1 versus 5 that will not be converted. And it is Billy saying we are going to have to play at least 1 more map.
1 more map indeed. It could be 2 more maps, Snow. We spoke about Haven at the start. We spoke about Ascent being that 5th map. I would not count Billy out of meeting Eli Gaming on Ascent. First of all, there is that Haven to get through. So clear errors to be adjusted in this small break for Shilai. Having looked so flawless in the first 2 maps once they got going. This was certainly a different side to both teams.
It may have just been a difference in prep. Maybe they hadn't prepped for BLG's side, or it's countered by the fact that, you know, Gilai's played a lot of this map. Billy came in prepared. They knew exactly what they were going to do, because it felt like they were always really good at reading all of the holds that Gilai was trying to go for.
No, do you know what I'm loving? I'm loving the stories that are being written here, right? We've seen Eli extract revenge on map number 1 for the map that they lost on day 1. Now we get to see Billy getting revenge for the map they lost on week number 1 against Shilai. And you couldn't ask for any more, right? Both teams learning the lessons from way back when, for what seems so distant time ago, but yet so ironic that both of these teams would open up the show and eventually finish it off. And what a series we are in for. Haven cannot come any faster.
You know what? Maybe it's that situation where both these teams lost on these maps before, and it's like when you get one fact wrong about an aspect of something you like, so you go away and you study the Wikipedia. Both these teams lost the map that they played on, so they went away, studied what the enemies did, knew exactly how they were going to play, and were able to secure those maps. But now, like you said, we are going to have to head back over to Haven.
Yep. And
it is Gilai's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, this was a map that when we were looking into the map pools earlier on, you were discussing with me about how BLG looked very strong on Haven. This is a map that you felt very confident that Gilai should have actually probably banned coming into this, and you're worried for how this would go. So if anything, based off the back of that, map 5 could very much be looming. And so you've been so praising on YZ throughout this whole time, and finally they're not top frag on their team and they win a map. Is this the team finally starting to get into it? Russia, finally a huge game from them, 24-14. K-Knight picking up what was almost a massive clutch as well, but ultimately gets on higher up that board as well, and Eli just a shadow of their former selves.
Billy finally converting all 3 maps. They've been able to have the advantage when it comes to First Bloods. Finally, they have been transitioning that into rounds. 2 flawless rounds for them as well. 1 clutch that we got to see. And I mean, it's just Billy. Maybe they just needed a bit of time to ramp up, a bit of time to settle and realize exactly what they wanted to do. And I honestly do think that they are favored in Haven. With how wise he's been playing, Haven's such a strong map for them. Their Yoru play is so good on that map, and they definitely can carry Billy through to that 5th map.
Yeah, and I think something to kind of note on, we spoke about how high pressure this is to be the first team that's not EDG to win that trophy. It's often mentioned in a best of 5, when you're 2-0 down, you've got nothing else to lose. You're already... What's the worst thing that happens? You lose the map and then you've lost. Oh well, you've already lost 2 anyway, so you might as well just go out and play free. And it seems that BLG are starting to make that happen, and Eli are starting to feel a little bit of pressure. But we're going to have to wait and see if that continues as we take a short break and then come right back with Haven. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back. Maybe not. Welcome back. It is almost time for Haven, the 4th map in the series. What could be, Snow, a potential winning ground for July, but it could also be the middle ground of something very special for Billy on what could promise to be a reverse sweep. We've seen the agent select a mirror comp for each side coming on through. I just want to know what your prediction is, Snow. I just want, plain and simple, what's happening.
I mean, oh, why are you even putting this pressure onto me? Because either I'm caster cursing it or I'm leaking the script. It's one of the two, and either way, I don't win. I mean, I do believe that, at least in my mind, BLG are slightly favored on this. While both these teams haven't played a massive amount of this map, when I've seen BLG play on this map, they have looked really good. And it's off the back of YZ. This player just makes rounds happen, just makes kills come out of nowhere.
I do love the fact that you're so hyped up into BLG being so great on Haven with a 33% win rate. I'm fully involved with that, by the way. I'm on board. You don't need to convince me that it doesn't take much to get veggie on a train, and I'm on whatever you're selling. It's fine,
the
right?
thing is, it's the eye test, okay? It's like when you look at the fact that Billy beat Gili before, but if you watch the game, it was the fact that Gili looked like the better team, but Billy just has that X factor sometimes, where they pull out rounds out of nowhere, where sometimes just a player like YZ would just get a 4K. Or we saw even earlier in the clutches where Neff was just able to kill 3 in a 1 versus 3. And it just happens. Sometimes rounds like this happen. And I honestly feel that on Haven, a map that is a bit more spread out, it can give you opportunities for one player to just absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things that you're... Well, two things that you're missing. I'll give you 2 points to counteract your Billy copium. Is that, one, Eli have played this map once in Stage 1. They have won 100% of those matches.
Oh, wow.
Point number 2 that I'll give you. What's this map made of? Paper. What does Happy We do when it comes to paper? Kills everyone that even thinks about challenging their side. So, we're set for what could be an enthralling map number 4. Billy starting this one off on attack. We'll be looking to head over towards C as typically doing. Whereas XLG just trying to hold down as best they can for now.
Found their way onto site. Billy goes, okay, you can have C site. We'll back away, replay the map, start the round again pretty much. Regroup in their spawn, try gain a little bit of mid control. And that drone might just give a bit of fake info, a bit of false confidence over to G.
Need now pushing through in towards garage. Smokes off so they can't be shot, but that camera will get a lot of information. The paranoia hits back sight, allows up. The stun is dodged. Can Gili get the reinforcements here on time? No, it's going to be YZ who doesn't just collect one, but collects a double for their money. And now this plant can safely go in, and Gili have a hard task at the retake.
You know what YZ's like. They are definitely going to try play an aggressive angle, potentially push into this smoke. Doesn't want to risk it though. Knows they have a good crossfire. He's to teleport to get to safety if needs be. Is going to opt to use it. XLG have managed to even up the numbers, but it's still a retake situation. Time still dwindling, and it's YZ already got 3 kills. Only 2 more to find if they want their potential ace. Raga shuts that down, and off the back of it, Neff coming through garage finds a kill. And Raga looking to close this round out, but there's just no time to work with. They have to stick the plant, the defuse. They have no time at all. Raga secures this one. Actually, what am I saying? What am I saying, Veggie?
Raga secures his dead.
Cooked.
Listen, it's been a long day for you. It's been a long day. You're used to only being awake for like 3 hours and then doing some mental stimulation. I get it. Listen, I get it. But that's a great little play there you see from Billy. Yes, they started to lose numbers on the site, but when you've got YZ just causing chaos, you see Raga knows he has to go aggressive to get that kill onto YOU, so the missiles can't be utilised to play off and delay even longer. And Net, fully aware that that's a possibility, decides to walk through garage, plays for the plant, and ultimately always had time on their side, so it was never in doubt. And BLG continue to rack up the pistol rounds, refusing to lose any of them, but it's been these second rounds that they've had problems with so far.
Those of you just joining us, it is 6 pistol rounds out of 7 won for this BLG squad, but they have been thriftied on pretty much all but I think 2 of those second round anti-ecos. So if form is going to keep the same, it would be Gilai's round to win. BLG looking to play this one a little bit safer. Marshall in hand could just shut down this attack in an instant.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is already a 5-sided spike angle. Just pausing at it. I think, listen, if there was an angle to jump off the map, they would certainly be taking that right now. Not giving BLG any orbs. Well, there's one for Knight and Armageddon creeping closer to being usable, but it is YZ that will want to get ults online. Here comes the spike. Here comes 3 of the deaths. BLG finally converting the second round.
Win-win situation for YZ right there, pushing forwards, and you know, just knows that if they die, they still get the ult. If they get the kill, still get the ult. It's a win-win situation, and they're not quite sure what to go for this one, whether they want to buy up rifles or not. Just gonna stick with the couple of bulldogs, play it safer in terms of that economy. Let Gilai have this bonus round, which is theirs to convert, but we have seen BLG pull out rounds that they shouldn't have won.
A lot of this is going to come down to how Levius plays it. We talk about it all the time, the human drone that's left with that gun that can afford to just wander the map and get as much information, but is playing with the rest of the team, maybe hoping to pick up a gun based off the kill. Dimensional drift from YZ just clears up so much space that allows this hit to come in. The drone is so poorly timed that YZ able to walk through and get 2 kills with the Spectre, almost turning this full buy into a save already. YZ unstoppable right now. A 3K looking for more has just been such a menace in the backline. Will cause the flash, and Hathaway has to forced into dealing with this. The first ace is chasing it down, and Rarga just has to run away.
Just going to be saving all alone, and we've been speaking about making history here, Veggie, in terms of the fact that EDG are not going to be winning this split. But not only that, YZ has made history themselves. They have got the kill record in terms of kills within one series off the back of those kills they just got.
Beaten, what a way to do it, eh? Just stumble through a smoke, pick up 2 kills, and then hunt everyone else down. Kills on, but you see the energy.
Yeah.
It just stumbles through, and this coach for Gilai was very confident earlier on, looked very happy, and now a figment of what they once were. Whereas Billy have been like this the whole time, by the way. They've never once looked like collapsing. It's been very calm, reassured the whole way through. And this is rightly so. 3-0 up right off the bat. You were right to call out Haven being a strong map for them.
I mean, even when they were 2-0 down, they were still having the same kind of energy. It has been close maps all the way. There's situations where in an alternate universe, we have Billy that's 2-1 up in maps. And, I mean, off the back of this timeout, Gilai's just going to have to figure some way to stop Billy from flood retaking. Sorry, not flood retaking, from flooding into these sites and just taking all the space that they want.
Big adjustment is needed. It's all been one-way traffic, and it's all from YZ just absolutely having a performance. 3 rounds in, already on 9 kills. Yes, they've tied twice, but what does that matter when you're on 9 right off the bat? 4 in the first 2. Obviously 5 in that last one. I look to challenge over one to see the Gamba stack is correct. Stunning utility to try and capitalise, but ultimately Billy just get the heck out of there and run towards a different site with the reaction.
See this? We saw this from Billy before in the pistol round, where they just reset, look to play the round from the beginning again, and it worked super well. They baited out some information and backed away, and Gilai doesn't know quite where to go. They've got 3 members stacked towards A. Like a B hit a walk up from this Billy squad. The trip is there to stop them, but it won't really do much to stop them actually getting onto site.
No, it's just an information trip, right? One to hold off so that if that push does come, you know roughly at least where one player is. You have to deal with that trip, get out of spawn, and now you walk into garage. It's Coconut who picks up 2 kills. A huge clutch player from before will give their team a chance, and Happyway traps the spike. Is this about to be another Thrifty falling into the hands? The timing is insane. Wisey walking past that trip. Happyway has no idea what's to come, but still gets the kill.
Levius has to be the hero if they are hoping for any kind of round win here. We're just going to save this rifle. Not much time to work with. 10 seconds. It's very easy for Gili to just stay alive. And yet again, we see another situation where Billy should win a round, but they don't. It's this inconsistency where they win rounds that they shouldn't win, but they also lose rounds that they should win.
Billy doing what they're supposed to do. Name something more difficult. Because I'm a bit confused. Anytime they have the odds in their favour, it seems to somehow manage to flip-flop back away. And the timing from Wisey there, Snow, was unbelievable. And then not being able to capitalise on it is brutal. The good news is you're 3-1 up. The other good news is you have a lot of money.
Though. But look, why though? Wisey is 9-3. No one else has more than 1 kill. And I mean, you can't expect that kind of performance every round.
Yeah, but he's killed everyone. The rest of the team can't have more kills.
They should get more kills. but it's literally Wisey this series. It's been a tale as old as time. They get first bloods all the time, and sometimes Billy capitalizes on the rounds, but sometimes they just can't find a way to secure those rounds after those opening kills. And it's XLG that have realized that if they just don't give those opening kills away, then they have a lot better chance.
Information at least gathered there from Ragar that numbers were headed towards their way. In the aggressive position taken, just then alerted back towards A. But once again, Billy happy to kind of play this one slowly, not fully commit into any sight. They've fallen into this trap before, and Happyway has been a menace. Fortunately, it's only the drone, but Happyway continues. Any sign from what we've seen them, you tell me. You give them a site that has paper walls and the kills will come through, and now Coconut continues to form. The spam is so good that XLG will not allow Billy any scope to get onto this site, and it's an easy round win for them.
Can somebody go through and just count how many times Happyway has killed someone without seeing them? Both of the kills they got this round. One was through the smoke. One was while fully flashed. I mean, look at this. It sees absolutely nothing.
30 seconds left.
I don't know if it's going to show the second kill, but they saw absolutely nothing again. And how do they keep getting away with this?
It's just pure awareness, right? I don't know whether it speaks to the communication that's going on with the team. You'd highlighted right at the beginning of how that was an issue that was addressed early on, was that Shilai's communication between the rest of them struggled, and now they're finding new ways. But it just seems like either there's a call that a player is potentially coming through there, or it's just pure game sense from Happyway, knowing that with the drone and the clone falling through into garage, that if you just spam, you've got a good chance of hitting something. And then where are they going to funnel out to? They're going to come out through that checkpoint. So just spray through it once again, and you've got a good chance of collecting, and that's exactly what they do.
It's very much that willingness to play as a team and sacrifice yourself. I feel like Happyway goes for the spam there, knowing that maybe they'll die, but it gives an opportunity for someone else to trade them out. And that's all that this team really focuses on. XLG just always plays off of each other, and BLG can do the same. We did witness it on Pearl. We saw how they can have some really good set plays. But Veggie, why does Wisey have an attack operator?
Why is he not?
I hate you. I need a new duo at this point. But I mean, it seems like it's going to be pretty much just the strat call of let Wisey cook, hope that they can find a pick and pivot off of there.
in a very good position to capitalise. If the bait can be good from long, this drone effectively will drone him out and force away the TP. Position noted. We'll start to look back. You do have some numbers prepared to challenge for the TP on top of box to give a sense of a high-low. And Viva just trapping down in sewers.
Billy just playing so patient. This is something we wouldn't expected from them. If you said to me that Billy was going to be winning rounds off of their patience and their slow mid-round play, I would have said something in the face because I'm asleep.
And you would be, because they've lost the last 2 rounds by doing this. And it could very much be a repeat here. They don't check that first corner, they lose a kill. The paranoia here will come close to allowing a repossession, but ultimately the kill from Russia is perfect, and then trade is not too babby. YOU in a 1v3 picks up 2 kills. We'll look for that last one. Russia solo HP tries to get the classic, but YOU with the taunt across the stage as well finds the third. I believe that's a 3rd round here for XLG as well.
It's not a clean round. It's not one that you can really hope to replicate at all. But if you can rely on one player, it is YOU. Was MVP of that first map, and we saw them beat this BLG squad on Fracture, and proving why that was the case. Clutching it out when their team needs them most, bringing them to an even round score. And now an all-important round if XLG wants to keep this momentum.
Time it's Raga, the operator. The defensive op that can be pivotal to holding down Haven will find that first kill. K-Knight falls to the floor in a reaction to try and push across towards A, but Coconut gets the information, will try and escape to safety, and will be allowed to. As Levius just pushes back and waits with the rest of the team.
This is the issue, right, with that attack turning off. They lost it. And now the defenders go, thank you very much. We get an operator for free, and we will take full advantage of that, as already 2 picks have been found by this weapon that was handed over to them. Off the back of that, BLG has absolutely 0 hope in this round.
It's starting to look up, right? Things are starting to look a whole lot more positive for Sheila. This is the side that we've seen in the first 2 maps, not that shade that we've seen coming in on Peril. A more confident playstyle, racking up some numbers on defense is certainly what's going to do them some good.
1 enemy remains.
I mean, you've got to be kind of kicking yourselves if you are Billy right now, because you invested into that operator, you lost the round, and now it is part of the key factors that are holding these sites and stopping you from being able to do anything.
I feel like they just need to speed up a little bit at times. You commented on how it started off working well for them, but then it just seemed to allow Eli to start playing into their own favour. They were dictating where Billy were going to go. You want to try and get on that site, well, we're not going to let you, but we're not going to over-rotate either. We are happy to sit and fight sites, and rightly so. When you have people like Coconut on prime form, you have Happyway able to just kill you without even looking at you. It's perfect. You can see this site hold is so well constructed.
There's protocols from G-Lai were yet again playing off of each other, playing those crossfires so well. And now it's difficult because you've got to make that decision. Do you go towards Raga, who has that operator and has been absolutely firing this whole series? Or do you pivot towards the other side of the map, where you've got Happyway locking it down, anchoring these sites, playing around these smokes so effectively?
Just hit B. Let's just go B. Yeah. Let's just go B. Where it's been untested yet. You're going to be on a really poor buy. It tends to be the site where people can find success, but instead it's just a stinger rush on towards A. Force the angle gone and see what you can make happen. Smoke comes out. Paranoia. Of course, poking it away. Can't be held back. And now finally you have sight. It's just about how you hold it.
Retake from Operators never going to be a good situation. This could be an absolute chaotic round. Both Armageddons are used. The blasts are pushing everybody everywhere. But it is BLG that are out on top at the moment. Kills going to be traded back and forth. Space gained by XLG and Happy Way just in the shooting gallery. With no health to work with, they can't drop. And they just have to die.
Give it a good effort once again. And so exactly what I want to happen, a speed up reaction from BLG, gets them on site, gets them the round win. Yes, you're not always going to have stingers every single round. You're not going to have the Armageddon to stop the post plant running from the side of XLG, but this pace took Eli off guard and forced them into positions where they weren't happy and confident to come from, and ultimately collects them the round.
Leading on from that wasn't the biggest investment they had. I mean, they used that Rolling Thunder, they used the Armageddon, but they are close to the Dimensional Drift. Again, Vizy could get a couple of orbs or a couple of kills and put themselves on towards that. Now, A pressure has been gained by BLG.
Where the players could be close. You could see Vizy holding down with the flash ready and waiting
for the
if
gritty
something...
peak.
It was the music was going to hit, the entrance was going to come out. But instead, this reaction from Eli is to slow walk up mid and try and potentially catch a rotate, if not trap them on site. But it's allowing Billy just to walk up site themselves, and this trap will give information and alert of the potential dangers.
I don't like this. A's already hard enough to retake, and you're giving it up to 3, risking it in a 5 versus 5, and they don't have really any ultimates to work with. If while you can get 1 kill, they get the Rolling Thunder online, and that might be what they're looking towards. Maybe they can get themselves a pick. Maybe they can just find a way to force BLG into difficult positions. It's Coconut that's going to be walking right into a crossfire. There's no utility to work off. Just have to find these kills themselves, and they will be taken down. But meanwhile, it's the rest of the team. While you found that 1 kill, and the Rolling Thunder's going to lead them in. They're able to get the kills, and it's left Rusha all alone just to die. And the perfect scenario that XLG needed has been formulated.
Eli saying, no, I don't care if you don't like this. This is what we're going to do. We're distracting them by all forcing through one way, taking down some numbers to concentrate on one player alone. And smoke once again. It takes 2 players to hold down sewers when the rest of us are advancing up main and coming in from our own CT. We will take this site back. We will claim yet another round. 6 rounds, by the way, on defense, putting themselves in great form for when this comes round to the attack.
You've got to think it's just unlucky for Billy. Rolling Thunder gained. It's so unfortunate, and that kind of has been the hallmark of this series. Sometimes just unfortunate timings, unfortunate decision making, pressuring towards A again. But now they know that there could be a potential walkout from mid, so they've placed a player there to watch it.
Vizy ready with that flash. Good, someone peek down. You can see the counteract, and it does push out. It claims not 1, but 2 kills, and looking for a 3rd. They're not to get it just quite yet. Reaction causes Viva to push up sewers to try collect themselves.
And an all-important kill on a player that was looking to capitalize on a gap that had been made. See, completely open now. Spike being ran towards that side of the map, and like Gilai, it is save protocol right now.
Yeah, you've already given some upgrades across to Billy. You don't really want to give them this operator to let them use, and now it is just you against the world, and K-Knight in a perfect position to stop this. Rarga cannot afford to go walkabouts. He's trapped in every single corner. You just feel like it's an inevitability at this rate.
Or maybe it's game time, Veggie, but no, not quite. He's just going to be able to take out the 1 and gets taken down themselves. Operator given over. The question is, are BLG going to make the mistake of taking it? I mean, to be honest, why not? It's the last round of the half. You can use it to try find that pick. If you don't make effective use of it, just throw it off the map.
I mean, not a bad shout. And I'm just happy for Wisey there. We've seen them take that position up for the last like 3 rounds, it feels, and finally some aggression plays through. You get to show off your flashy trap play.
Oh no. Look at the weaponry, Veggie.
I know, shorties, Odin's, everything being invested to try and win this round for either team. It'll be this dimensional drift that opens up the information for Billy. D-site, completely free. Entry from Russia on that first kill on Happyway. And that is a huge player down if you're Billy.
Raga's going to gain the information that everybody is on site and is now behind them. Has an opportunity to maybe make something happen, but needs to find this first kill. But here comes YOU. K-Knight's on site. Is the sole player left alive? Armageddon is going to give them space, but Coconut with a 4K just shutting down BLG.
Coconut, by the way, is having some game. I feel like being overshadowed this whole series by the likes of Raga, by the likes of Happyway. We'll say yes. We'll say I made that pun on purpose, right? We'll give myself the credit. But especially on this map, Coconut has just been something completely different. Anytime Billy are in such a favourable position, he's been there to just stop it and really be the weed that roots them all out. And right now, as they go into half, Eli up onto 7. We'll be hoping that they can really just run away with this attack in half.
Still only 7-5. Still a very close half, and that has been the tale of this game so far. Is if you're just joining us now, where have you been? What have you been watching? What have you been doing with your day instead? Because we have the grand finals of this region, and it has been a close one so far. First map went to overtime. Second map, 13-10. Third map, Billy was making the resurgence. We're in a 2-1 scoreline towards XLG at the moment. And even in this map itself, 7-5 half, these teams cannot be more closely matched.
Closely matched, and that vote right there at the halftime of what are you doing at the start of the pistol round was not closely matched. Everyone picking up the Ghost. Nobody really buying a classic half shield, but who knows? No, that's what you should be doing on pistol. Get yourself some armor, get yourself some utility, and make it more difficult for the attackers to get onto your site. That's true Sentinel mentality.
Then you got these poor breach players that are buying no shields, no ghost, all utility. That's
the real play. That's what you should be doing.
I mean, that's what you should be doing if you're on a team. If you're in your ranked games, I think you don't even buy the utility. You just pull out the sheriff.
Well, we're not all aim demons like you, but talking about aim demons, Sheila certainly setting themselves up. Happy with 13 kills, Coconut on 12, and Raga has been a little bit quiet, but now you see them on attack is where you'd expect the performance to up the ante. A little bit more painful for them.
To be honest, kills on everybody across the board. The only person that isn't quite fragging out is Viva, but that's to be expected when they are the brains of the operation, telling everybody exactly where they need to go. First round, Viva making that decision that A site might be the weaker site. They know Knight's all alone. He's going to have to back out and back away. And it's going to be Billy having to play forward.
Franklin gets the plant down, but they have 4 members steaming ahead on the flank. The first questions are how you deal with that, and it has to be strong. You can't allow yourselves to hyper-focus too much, and that's exactly what's happening. Levius and Wisey making this retake a little bit better, but Coconut once again picks up 2 kills, but has to find an ace. Hasn't done it quite yet. Will this be the round? No, it will not. Quickly answered. What do we have, Snow? Death, Tax, and Billy winning a pistol. All these things are guaranteed in life.
I mean, but the next guarantee might be the thrifty round that comes after it. I feel like every single half we've seen usually has at least one thrifty against them. We didn't quite see it in that last half. You know, it was G-Line not really trying to play into it. They just wanted to die to the spike, didn't want to give away those all orbs. But now, it being their attack half, you're expecting some kind of tricksy play from them.
这里应该可以。
Bugger, hanging in the stinger, Snow. I'm excited. What are you going to do? Show us some fancy Yoru gameplay from the original
时空跳跃，
Yoru believer, self-crowned. I'm wanting to see it.
时空跳跃，
The TP into back B site. The YZ
爆能器落在中
gets
区
one kill. Where did that TP go? Was that TP just right beside himself?
literally the 2-inch TP. I mean, it's not, let's not say it's very effective, but now it's given an opportunity over to XLG. Close range with these pistols, they could make it work, but YOU has to get away. There's access to the outlaw, and there is low armor numbers, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Happy way with a ghost. The spike can just be stuck. There's no way to win these fights with the stun coming through as well. It will just be their demise, and you know what? I really like that from BLG, letting Neff have that kill, getting that ultimate, that rolling thunder online as soon as possible.
Yep, well, the question would be if they went back and allowed the diffuse to come through as well. Backing up those points, and well, let's see that TP again. Where are you going, man? Where are you trying to go, little bro? You're not moving anywhere. Rarkov is right on top of that, but ultimately, it doesn't matter. The round still gets collected by Billy. 7-7 now reads the score. Full buy for the side of July, but you can see YZ picks up that outlaw again, and with two players
我马上
on
回
that
来。
half shield, it's certainly capable of causing some serious damage.
Rest of the weaponry so weak, so ineffective when it comes to battling against these rifles. Have to play a couple of close range angles with the weapons they have, or rely on YZ with that outlaw to really make some damage.
Just a pause, trying to see if there will be any aggression on this round. Little do they know just how far K-Knight is pushed up. Need to try and clear this without just walking through, because a Spectre can cause some serious damage, and Raga checks the wrong side, and
我见怪不怪了。
K-Knight almost gets triple value for the money, and now YZ walking at mid. Could have caught Happyway. Happyway always is a player that will win those clutches when it matters. Pulls the team back, and it'll be a nice rotate over towards C.
Still two of the stronger weapons active though. Bulldogs in Neff and Rusha's hands. If Levius can just survive long enough for these rotates to come through, there's an opportunity to be had. But Coconut is already through the smoke. They don't really care about these smokes here in this region. The spike going down.
武器已部署，
The hopes of this XLG squad are just going higher and higher. Should be able to win this one. Rusha can do nothing but die. It's XLG finally winning a round out, but at what cost, Veggie?
Well, I'll tell you exactly. Two Vandals, I believe, was falling down there. Shields as well. It's
30 seconds.
maximum of 3,900 per person before you take the utility that was used as well. That was your exact cost. If there's any number nerds in chat, then maybe get a better answer, but my brain isn't that smart, especially when I've been awake since 6 trying to figure things out in life. But anyway, it's a final rifle round coming in on this attack side for Shilai, going up against some rifles in the hand of Billy, and Rusha is in a great spot to pick up one kill. Will get taken down by Raga eventually, but Coconut as well with the shadows into spawn collects 2 kills, and all of a sudden this huge buy from Billy has fallen quickly away.
They're looking like they might want to play this one. This is not very common from most teams. Yeah, surely not. They just back away. Maybe just looking for a pick, looking to spam a smoke a little bit, but it should just be a save and gives both these teams a bit of time to talk about what's been going on so far. Eli pushing the pace a bit. I feel like they've been very committed in terms of the sites that they want to take, and also very aggressive when they take those sites, pushing through into extra space, pinching these Billy members who are, at the moment, isolating themselves a little.
I don't really know what you're supposed to do when you're getting absolutely slammed by Raga and Garage, and Coconut just TPs behind the whole team and kills anyone that's trying to think about how to deal with Raga. This man has been nothing short of a delicious pina colada since this map has started. Pure coconut put to its best. A tasty treat that Billy thought they were going to be able to conquer, but they've been at the hands instead.
Spoken up so well in this pack so far. And I think it just gives us a bit of time to talk, Veg, about what the stakes of this game are. We have spoken about it before. We spoke about it in the pre-show. We spoke about it between the maps, but there are going to be a few people that are joining us that are new. So, Veggie, what are the stakes of this match?
Oh, you get a trophy. Listen, this is that's it. That's it. They get a really cool looking trophy. They get to be the first team in China that isn't Edward Gaming that get to lift one of these stage trophies. Xilai Gaming so close to it, but not only that, there's places in Toronto. Yes, both teams have secured places there, but skipping the Swiss stages for the winner is a massive theory that could come true. A lot of teams haven't put it to practice. I've seen some conversations saying that Xilai might actually be better to play in the Swiss stages to get that experience at international. But for me, you want to get as much time to practice new comps, to adjust to any of the changes that's going to come through. I'm thinking the Tahoe nerf that is definitely going to affect this Xilai Gaming side is something that's going to come into pass. So for them, you want as much time to practice new compositions, as much time to rehearse and be prepared for what's going to be thrown at you in the second stage of Toronto. So for the sake of Xilai, they need to make sure they can compromise on this. So
And I think now that we have just a bit of time to think about what is going on in this map, it's Xilai playing this aggressive playstyle, Billy not really being able to keep up with it, which is surprising considering Billy is known as the fast-paced team, a team that likes to take these aggressive fights, that likes to force themselves. I feel like the difference is that Xilai makes these hyper-aggressive plays by with their teammates, whereas Billy makes them by themselves. You'll often see people swinging out of smokes. You'll often see YZ going too far ahead of their team, whereas the difference is Xilai is making the same aggressive play, but they always have someone else there.
no, I love this region, man. Anytime we get a tech pause, it's solved in absolute seconds. I think we're on like our 4th tech pause of the day, and they've lasted a maximum of 25 seconds each. Get this all around. Stick this into EMA. EMA learners rejoice. But Xilai will be hoping that this match lasts as quick as that tech pause as they come in, looking to get themselves onto 10 and push this even further. But the first test is going to be Russia with this judge, but won't find a single thing.
Was an opportunity, but not one that they will capitalize on. And now Levius, the sacrificial lamb, left all alone on site yet again. There are members backing them up now, but Neff will be able to do nothing as a speed run round for XLG gets them up to 11.
2 away from history, Snow. Monumentous rounds coming in. First team that's not Edward Gaming to pick up this trophy. Their first time in the grand finals, nonetheless. Could they do it? They're looking like they might.
Dimensional drift on YZ can be used for the retake if they need to use it. And a heavy presence towards C. As YOU just instantly takes out who has been the player that has been the MVP for this BLG squad so far. Raga has already found themselves up towards B. Spike's going to go down, and it seems like Xilai wants to go home because they are just speed running some of these rounds. Billy's peeks out, gets nothing from it. Off the back of that, it is yet another round that ends in under 30 seconds.
Just fantastic. You see the flood coming from Billy. 3 players coming from that C line can coconut. You think that paranoia is going to set up Raga in the back, but instead just sets themselves up. Not even going to get the assists for how good that paranoia is. 2 kills claimed in the end, and just continues to impress with how good they are on this Omen on Haven. Billy, your favourites beforehand, looking like they could be on a sad boat home. And remember, after this, they still have to sit through for the group stage draw for stage number 2. I wouldn't want to be in that position, having lost this 3-1, having to sit and wait, but Varga falling to a cheeky little higher spot.
Consolation is that both these teams do know they're going to international. At the very least, they will be excited about that trip to Toronto, but it would be a somber one. You know that you have to play that Swiss stage. Both these teams looking to miss out on that, looking to get into those playoffs straight away. That is what's at stake here. You go to that international event, you don't have to play that Swiss stage. You are put straight into the playoffs, which is such a big advantage for these teams.
For Billy, knowing that NRG aren't going to be in Toronto, knowing they don't have 3 wins coming their way, will be looking to put up a remarkable performance from the last time at an international event. Skipping Swiss would have been so good for that, but it does look like Shilai will be the ones to take it.
Weird situation right now as Coconut's going to lurk over towards A, looking to find a member isolated, but Wisey's read it. And on the other side of the map, it's XLG just swinging out, but they don't really have much form to this push. They're just getting spammed down and isolated in each gunfight that they try to take. And with YOU, the last player alive, taken down, it's BLG picking up another round, and I feel like that came off the back of an opening pick from Billy. And that has been the story of this series so far. Billy has always had more first bloods, but they just can't consistently convert those rounds.
Before it's too late, Snow. Can't just rely on a hero play or a mistake from Shilai. They need to find some consistency.
准备切入，
Make this attack fall short, but with Thraga picking up this operator, could fall off. But look how far back Levis is playing. Has trips on B and backside C, and then just allowing Shilai to walk up here. The camera will get information. I like how they're allowing it to be a retake. They're not wanting to give a 1v1 fight and lose that first blood.
I'm gonna say I feel like if they leave this one for a retake on Billy, it becomes so much more difficult. That operator is gonna be weak on the attack, but if they can get the spike down, that weapon, its effectiveness just goes up tenfold.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly why they want to focus on C, right? You've obviously got that open, long angle that you can push through rather than something like a B or an A that the op becomes a little bit ineffective. But they're not aware that Wisey is just going to walk down and really make this even harder to watch.
Rolling Thunder used as well to push forwards onto site. 2 XLG members cowering in the Omen smoke, and they will peek out of the angles, but Armageddon is going to use to push them back. Raga misses a shot, a very rare situation for them that will cost the round, and Billy looking to pull this one back.
Off the back of the timeout, they're starting to look a lot stronger. Dominant on this defensive side. Who knew Haven was defensive sided? Not me, at least, especially with this composition. It's set for post plants. Retakes have been looking strong for both teams. I mean, Coconut just causes a little bit of chaos on site, but unable to follow it through.
Timeout taken at an opportune moment, as yet again we see this XLG coach accentuating. The hand gestures are there. They are needing this round to come through. They want it to finish in that 3-0. They don't want to risk going to that 5th map. I think Billy going to use this time to think about what they can change up, because the rounds that they've won have been off the back of some very interesting plays. Why is he pushing out mid there without really much info? A massive risk to take, and yes, it paid off, but it won't consistently pay off.
Hi, coach. Clearly getting more frustrated. You were in such a strong winning position. You've managed to come back from the depths before. This time you just need to close it out. A few rounds, not allowing BLG to continue this force, but now it's them on defense with the op. Wisey in a position and you're walking right into this. It looks like 4 members will walk immediately into lobby,
虚晃一枪，
but instead they bait out the util, and it's like rats in a subway. They've all just scattered as soon as there's been some action.
But I love this. They fake the presence, use the fake TP. Now the operator could go huge, but happy way. How do you win that fight? Knight has to be the hero. All alone on site, Armageddon's going to be used to force him into a terrible position. And off the back of the trades, it is BLG that have evened up the numbers.
宝能接到
Spike
手，
not yet gone down. A minute still to work with. They don't have to force this one through. They seem to want to push towards A. It's a Cypher that is here, ready and waiting for you to fall into their trap.
It's an interesting one that you push into the Cypher, who would have the traps and the information available, rather than pushing into Russia on that Omen. All the angles have been known. If you're BLG, you know exactly where these players are, but maybe it doesn't matter. When Viva takes down Levius, Russia 1 versus 2, Rarga's health is so low. Goes up the one way, goes spam through and does collect both of them and gets the spike for good measure. Billy Gaming are back.
That shows the prowess on this agent. I feel like it's so rare to see that. Someone throw a one-way to peak. It's not a one-way that's going to land on anything. It's not going to be an effective smoke after it drops, but you use it as an aggressive piece of utility to make that peak happen. It works so well. There's absolutely nothing that Raga can do but just get spammed down as soon as their teammate dies.
For me, so I'm genuinely questioning why we're pushing on towards A. I mean, I know you're trying to push the Cypher away from you, but ultimately that's the one site where there's so much information to be gained. Levius was able to push back. You walk into the trip, there's a camera that's potentially going to cause damage, and it forced them into that one spot where Russia just had to spray it down to get the kill. And ultimately it means that now we're tied up at 11-10, and XLG are struggling to make this attack free-flowing like it was right at the start of the half.
Billy tried to fake a push over towards A to pivot out again, but this time it wasn't effective. Guy just pushes through it, gains information. All 5 players, though, are towards this A site. Trips behind them indicate that they should be heading here very soon.
Deal with the trap this time. Gets the kill onto YZ into CT, and now it'll allow them to set up for the plant, but you see Levius trying a little trick play, drop down from heaven, doesn't work. XLG about to maybe collect another round.
已部署，
I don't know if it's worth saving.
这里
It's such a big risk to save. But if you lose these rifles, it could be so detrimental. Bolt line going to be used by YOU to stall out for just a little bit. Has access to another flash. Paranoia leads the charge. Neff gets the first kill, and the rest of the players pulling through as well. But the trades are so good. And Knight has been left alone to be the hero. K-Knight has to be this professional player to make it work, but it will not be enough. And it is map, no, series point for XLG.
K-Knight, the only thing they're seeing is the nightfall of death as they entered that site. Unprecedented chances, and it will not happen. July, like you say, 1 round away from series point and being that team to get their hands on the trophy, lifting it proudly above, knowing that they've etched their name into history. The pressure really starts to mount now, though.
Dimensional drift used by Raga gets that information. They know that there's 2 players here now. It could be a potential pivot, but they want to end it here. They want this to be the game-winning play. They've gained the front of sight, but they haven't took back just yet. Util to be used. Levius shuts it down. They were left alone, but not now, as they get another through a concuss. How have they managed to do that? And off the back of this happy way, all alone, needs to do something if they are to win this game right here, right now. But everybody knows exactly where they are. And Billy only needs 1 more round to bring us to overtime.
You thought this was finishing easy up? No, not a chance for Billy going down without a huge fight. Rolling Thunder invested. It doesn't matter. Levius will kill
How?
everyone that pushes. I mean, it's you're using the Rolling Thunder and it's hitting your own team that's trying to take pressure off the back of it as well. Rarga used the fake out to try and bait a shot, but you see it, Levi's just didn't challenge, happy to just sit and wait. And now you put yourself into this fight or flight moment where it's 1 round before overtime or 1 round for the trophy.
Expecting a C push. As a judge waiting in the entrance. Eli says, fancy a B hit. Izzy is all alone. They can find that pick. It could be very effective, but knows it's a fake clone. TP out isn't good enough, but Neff is here to trade, and everybody's converging on this site, forcing this Billy squad. Push forwards, XLG can't do anything. They have to back away. Spike in their hands, tails between their legs, and options need to be reassessed.
Eva sitting here with the sheriff as well, not in a position to go and claim any of those guns that have been failed on B site. This is 4. Bald man mode activated. Give some information, but when you know where the fights have gone down, you know where Happyway has to be to have used that. And now you walk into some trips and spam trying to capitalise, but this site is going to be the standing ground.
This is the last chance. If they want to close this out cleanly, Gilai have to make their move here, have to find these kills, but the spike goes down, and so does Happyway, and we will find ourselves in an overtime, a slugfest between both of these teams.
Using to go down without a final flight. How fitting for Billy. Overtime on the first map of the day. Is it overtime on the final, or will they take us to map number 5? Ascent looming over the heads of Shilai Gaming for Billy. It's all they can ask for.
Gilai Gaming has proven before that they had the composure to win the overtime. Fracture, the first map we played at the start of this series, went to overtime. Gilai Gaming won that out. Triple OT. Now, heading into this map, what could be their chance to win this out cleanly? What could be their chance to avoid a long series and heading to map 5? They need to convert this first round if they have any hopes of being champions soon.
Really want to take advantage of the inexperience at this point of the tournament for Shilai, having never been in this position before. Can they make crumble, or will Shilai perfectly bake this game up and make it a sweet treat that they can laugh about when it comes to the end of the day?
Comes to cooking, both these teams very experienced in that. Trying to cook a little bit towards garage, but it's not quite the kitchen. Need to back away. Somehow, Billy have already found themselves with 3 members dead. And it's just Rusha and K-Knight all alone. Make it just K-Knight. Not going to be able to do anything at all. We look at Gilai. They have given themselves an opportunity to win this match yet again. They could not capitalize in regular time. Can they make it happen in overtime?
I mean, listen, they started their attack off pretty strongly when it started with rifles. That they just need to replicate the success that they were seeing right at the start. That victory there was so clean that you would have to fancy confidence being so high going into this next one, but Billy rightly so using this time out. They know this genuinely is what could be the last chance in this tournament. A must-win round, there's no doubt about it. You cannot afford to slip. You want that trophy. You said coming into here, this is what you entered this tournament for this time. Stage 1 is where you wanted to lift the trophy, but this is your chance to prove it.
Not even just that, the stakes even bigger. You think about both these teams wanting international success. One way to get easy international success, make playoffs. One way to make playoffs, you win this match right here.
What an incentive that awaits. What motivation you have. Billy need to dig deep, and It doesn't seem like the coaches are stressed, though. We've been saying this the whole time. It doesn't look like they're overstressed. There's clearly a game plan in. They're clearly impressed with the improvement, the run that's happened in the lower bracket. They just need this one to keep it on going.
I feel like in these rounds, whoever finds the opening pick should win the round. It's been so chaotic, so fast-paced when these site hits happen. Sheila, want to take that risk. Just want to make a mark, but slowly. Presence has been shown towards A for both these teams, but it's Billy backing away.
Obvious that's start waiting to get the information off the trip. And it will be Tiger that walks right into the first, falls for the fake out, and K-Knight opens up the killing on this half.
I don't know how they live so long on the site, but it doesn't matter because they have been taken down and it's a retake situation on A, one of the most historically hardest sites to retake. And now, not only that, it's Russia in a 1 versus 4, has to do absolutely everything and will be able to do nothing but lose and watch this G-Lai Gaming squad celebrate.
What a performance, what a final map, what a series. No, Sheila lifting the trophy, 3-1. This series ends. BLG Gaming are your Stage 1 Valorant China champions. The first team not named Edward Gaming to do this. A momentous occasion for this side. The commiserations have to go out to Billy Gaming. But listen, they still claim some champ points. They still have a place and a flight across the Toronto where they can impress at the international level. It's not all done for them. You just have to be happy for this Sheila Gaming side.
Both these teams going to be thinking forward towards those international events. I feel like it's a good look for the Chinese region. Thinking about internationally, the fact that they are so close, the fact that they've looked so good, the fact that this finals almost went down to the wire. It's such a good look for the region.
The gap is fully closed. No longer are we looking at a gigantic fissure. It is most definitely up for grabs, and both of these teams will be looking to make their mark in Toronto. Wolves as well, not to forget, in the wings. Having finished third, will be looking to make their mark on an international level. And you just have to say, what an ending this has been. But remember, we still have the group stage draw to come after this. But before we get ahead of ourselves, the players will, of course, lift the trophy.
What a moment for these players. Making history. Cheers from the crowd, deservedly so, as they have done the unthinkable. They have dethroned Edward Gaming. What a way to do it.
What a fashion. See what it means to them to pick it up, and we'll of course have the interviews coming in here as well.
恭喜大家，一个非常不容易的奖杯。首先，麦克风交给我旁边的 YOU， 能不能分享一下此刻的心情？
其实到最后一分，
And I think up until the last point we're still pretty calm.
就是
And he doesn't really feel anything right now.
因为我感觉就是早。
And he said that we should have won earlier.
所有的努力都是为了今天这一刻。因为我记得，其实，在上一次你们拿到门票的时候，我当时有采访过你，那个时候说你其实。
And he was last time when they interviewed them for a Toronto Coalition, YOU said that he really looked up to G2.
多伦多的资格，会不会也期待在国际舞台上和他们交手？
And he's really looking forward
非
to
常
it.
期待，对，因为。
And they say they play about the
跟他们
same
差不多
forms.
嘛，然后。
But they're fast slugs. Like they XLG really like learns from them.
从他们身上也学到了很多的经验，有没有什么话想要对他们说呢？
谢谢今天。
And thank you for all the fans who came to Arena today.
对，感谢你们。
是的，再一次感谢大家的支持。接下来 Happy Way。 因为今年是你们的第1年联赛，就直接拿到了联赛的冠军。
And from Tier 3 all the way to the league and winning today.
不可能的成就。
Yeah.
这一路走来
What
你有
are
怎样的
your
感想？
thoughts on the whole journey?
支持 XLG 就是对的。
支持
And then he
你永远
says that
都是
oh,
对的
supporting us
那
is
对于你
like
来说，
forever
哪
the
一场
correct
比
thing
赛
to
是最
do.
难忘的？
可能是第一次打 EDG 的时候吧，因为差一点就。
And then he said last time when they play
打赢
against
他们
EDG, they almost
后
won.
来我们也成功赢回来了嘛。
是的，
And
确
that
实
was
也
like
是
the
让
most
大家印
memorable
象非常深
moment
刻
for
的一
them
场
as
比
well.
赛。感觉此时此刻站在这里，你看起来也是比较平静的。
And now, do you guys just
是
look
表
calm
面
on the
平静还是内
surface
心也
or
比较
what?
平静的？
And he's like, oh, I still just
都
feel
挺
pretty
平
calm
静
over
的。
it.
就像 YOU 说的，其实你们早知道胜利会属于你们。
And they've been waiting
这
for
一
this
刻已
moment
经等
for
了
a
很
long
久
time.
了。
对，
再一次感谢你。接下来 Coco 呢？除了第一场输给 BLG 以外，你们现在一场未
And then
败
they said
直接夺冠
the tournament with the
连
8th
胜到
win
夺冠
streak.
你们代表一个来自晋升赛的队伍拿到了这样一份成绩，又有什么话是想要对所有即使此时此刻不在危机
And
面前
what do you want to
也在
say
努
to
力
like
训练
all the
努力比赛的队伍说？
aspiring professional players who are like looking
已
forward
经
to
说过一
doing
次
this?
吧，你努力都
And it's like as long as you work
这个
hard, you
舞台
will
吧
also get
你
onto
的努
the
力
international
最后
stage like
都
this.
会获得回报。你们现在已经站到了最高的舞台，拿好了最高的荣耀。
And is there anything you'd like to
有什
say
么想
to
要对
the
观众说的
audience?
话吗？
感谢你们来到北京看我们比赛吧。
再一次谢谢大家的支持。Viva，你和你旁边的 Coconut 是 XLG 的
And
最
then,
后两块拼图，曾经
Coconut
为
and
晋升赛厮杀过，最后却
Viva are like the
与
last
失之
two
交
puzzle
臂
pieces
也
that
曾
XLG
经打
really
到过
needed.
决赛，但是最后却与冠军失之交臂。这一次不再有任何遗憾了。
And
有
he
什么
said
想
that
和大
last
家分
time
享的
you
心
guys
情吗
like barely missed out on 2 chances for internationals. And do you have any
很
thoughts
谢
on
谢
that?
大家吧，也谢谢 XLG 能
And just thanks everyone for like
感谢
letting
我
us like
队
supporting us
队
for
友们
getting to this
真的，
stage.
我现在可能心情比较激动，我也不知道怎么说。
是的，相比于前面3位选手，此时此刻你的心情看起来是最激动的，是不是？
And
你觉得
what's the
这一路走来
hardest
最
part
不
about
容易的
this
地
whole
方是
journey?
什么？你觉得这一路走来最不容易的地方是什么呢？
我觉得
And then he said that
I
I think the hardest thing was their loss in
还
kickoff.
能走到今天这一步，真的很不容易。
是的，每一个人都会有一个很艰难的开始，但是现在你们站上了最高的舞台。再次感谢 Viva。接下来 Raga， 之前 Raga 也告诉过我们，每一天
And
他都会
he
训练
said
10
that
个小时以上，
Raga
他
used
熟练掌握每一个节奏，
we
在每
used to
场
say that
比赛
Raga
里都
used
是
to
全场的
practice
焦
like
点。
10 hours a
现
day.
在即将以1号种子的身份出征多伦多，对于 Raga 来说，过去的这些努力和付出，在这一
And
刻被赋予了怎
all
样
this
特
hard
殊的
work,
意义？
what kind of meaning does it have
Ты
to you?
говорил, что ты больше 10 часов тренируешь каждый день и хорошо играешь на всех дуриках. И вот для тебя в данный момент мы выиграли как бы первый сид. Что для тебя это означает?
Означает, что нужно двигаться дальше. Да и все.
这对他来说就是只有一点。
And he
就是
said
我们要
that this
继续
means
前进
to one thing is that we have to keep moving forward.
勇往直前。感谢 Raga。接下来后亚教练，因为其实今天在第一张地图，即使开局不利的情况下，大家也都
And
展现
even
出
though
了
you
非常
just started
强的
like
韧性
slow on
每
the
一个队员
map
都有
one,
所发挥
everyone just
而
kept
且今天
moving
2
forward.
张地图加10，全部取胜。我想问一下，
And then how do you
作为
rate
教练
everyone's
如何评价大家
performance
今天的
today?
表现呢？Even though you were 4 behind at the beginning of first map, and you have 2 maps drop to the overtime today, but you won them all. So everyone from your team have showed their tenacity and their clutch moments. So as a head coach of this team, how would you commend their performance?
I think, to be honest, I didn't expect us to win stage 1. It's real truth, because we still have a lot of problems that we have to fix. And you can see in crucial moments, like in these finals, we could finish much early, but we still learn how to deal with pressure. And I'm just happy we win it. And thank you to my guys. It's first of all their win, not mine. I'm the last part of the puzzle. And you know, to be honest, by the end of heaven, I have like heart attack. My heart is paining even now. But I'm happy we finished it now, and I can go chill. Thank you.
所以，首先浩耀教练说，其实说实在的，真的没想到在今天这场比赛，他们可以最后赢下第一赛段的冠军，因为觉得确实队伍里还是有很多的问题需要去调整、去改变的。但是，确实在今天的比赛里，我们看到了所有队员非常非常好的表现。我们可以看到，在这场比赛里，他们学会了去如何应对自己的压力，如何去处理很多非常关键的时刻，可能很多残局的处理和发挥，他们今天表现也都非常出色。而且在最后影视修所的最后的阶段，可能说浩耀教练也真的非常的紧张和大家一起，但是最后还是感谢所有的队员赢下了今天这场比赛的胜利，呈现了一场非常非常精彩的比赛。也再一次感谢大家接受我们的采访。那接下来我们要揭晓一下属于我们今天非常重要的一刻，就是我们的 FMVP。
Now's the time for the MVP of the match.
能不能大声的喊出你心中 FMVP 的名字？
And please look at the big screen.
And I have a few questions to Raga. 首先也想问一下，一路走来觉得最不容易的地方是什么？是否在此时此刻都觉得
with this whole journey ahead, what was the hardest part to you, and was all worth it at the end?
Стоило все это?
Конечно, стоило. Очень было, в финале было очень трудно справиться с напряжением, но благодаря команде, командной работе мы победили.
当然一切都值得，尤其是今天的比赛对。
And of course it was all worth it. Today's match was really tense. And he really helped, the whole team really helped everyone get the victory today.
非常非常厉害的发挥，因为今天是属于你们的第一个联赛冠军，同时也伴随着他的第一个 FMVP。
And who do you want to thank the most?
是谁呢？
Это получается у тебя первый чемпионат турнира. И кому ты бы хотел сейчас благодарить? Кому бы ты сейчас хотел благодарить? Кто для тебя самый важный человек сейчас? Ты хочу ему спасибо сказать.
Хочу сказать спасибо родителям, моим друзьям, кто всегда поддерживает меня. Да и все.
And he thanks his parents and all of his friends who support him.
感谢父母，感谢大家。最后也想问一下 Raga 有没有什么是想要对
And is there anything you'd like to say to your teammates and your coach?
Что ты хочешь сказать тренеру и своим тиммейтам?
Спасибо, что вы есть.
And thank you for all of you.
感谢有你们，是一段非常真挚的感谢。同时，我们也要感谢 Raga， 所有的队员在感谢 Raga， 感谢他超常的发挥，所有的观众在感谢 Raga， 感谢他给我们带来这么多精彩的比赛。同时，最后也要再一次感谢 XLG 为我们呈现的这场精彩的总决赛。那流水不争先，争的是滔滔不绝。其实，即使 XLG 晚于所有的队伍进入到联赛，但是他们也以自己的实力证明了他们是来自 CN 最顶尖的队伍。最后还是要感谢大家，感谢所有的观众在现场陪伴我们到比赛的最后一刻。未来的路或许有荆棘，但相信大家都会有直面挑战的勇气。期待 CN 赛区的队伍在多伦多大师赛中获得更好的成绩。让我们多伦多大师赛再见。稍后呢还有第二赛段的推荐仪式，敬请期待。
As host thanks everyone today, I'm just gonna send this back to the casters. The stage 2 group draw is coming up soon.
Well, Snow, there you have it. The interviews coming in. Humble squads from all round. I like to see that. The coach being like, look, I done nothing. this is all the players. I love that. I'm full forward. But before we get on to our piece, so let's just thank BDOS for the incredible translations there, adding value that I certainly can't add. I know you can't add, and it gives us an extra element of understanding of what's going on with these players as well.
Yeah, I think my favorite part about the coach being like I did nothing is the fact that this team has completely flipped the entirety of the region. So what do you mean you've done nothing? Like you've drilled a team that has now played so well together, both individually, but also their team play. We spoke about it at the start of the stream. This is a team that plays like no other team in China. They play as one cohesive unit. They have so many set plays, so many trap plays, so many different ways that they can play off of each other, and we saw the difference in skill here between this team and Bilibili.
Yeah, I mean, we said it before that Bilibili are a team of certainly shooters, and we weren't 100% sure if that was going to translate for Shilai Gaming as well, but boy, did they turn up today at points. I mean, Happyway had a backpack on with wall hacks most certainly inserted inside, and Word.exe was live for majority of the first 2 maps. The third map was just a light blip. Maybe Shilai just wanted to play for longer. Maybe we thought about that. Maybe it was just a case of being like, nah, we would like to play at least 4 maps. Let's keep this one going, because they were a completely separate side from what we've seen in map 1, 2, and 4 that they were in 3. The 3 was an anomaly that they'll obviously look to fix in the off time that they have. I think it's 6 weeks though from now before they have to play again in Toronto, and that's a long time to adjust everything. We've seen what they've done since the start of stage 1. Just imagine what this team can look like by the time they enter Toronto.
And I mean, they're just such a good team at adapting. It feels like every time it is that chess game of they'll make one move, the enemy team will adapt to them, and they just come back hitting even harder. Every time when they came out of a timeout, it would completely change the course of the game, and we get a bit of an insight into the team comms, I believe.
Yes, I'm gonna join. 这个烟快散了，我就 join。
How it sounds.
来了。哦 ，short one。
short one。
Yeah。
一个 B N 行吗？啊，不
Break
是
down。
一个 B N 然后3个 A。
I'm gonna join for you，OK？
对。击打回防，然后我需要
They give one more kick。啊 ，cyber here。Is this break you too? No one right? No one left side. He's trying to break everything. Kelly, come back. Yeah.
You're dead. You was C player, bro.
我跟你 double shot. We ready?
One more. Should be one more.
I talk short. Nice.
We'll play. Let's go.
It's double language comms, right? That's so impressive.
That's what we said at the start. It was the reason XLG said that they were struggling a little bit earlier on was the communication. They had to come in both Chinese and English, and it was the fact that, you know, they had a player that speak the same language as everybody else, so they had to adjust to that, and the way they adjusted was incorporated more English comms, and we see there very calm, cool, collected comms, and around when we were casting it looked quite chaotic.
Yeah, I think that is a massive key to the success, right? Not obviously fixing the comms issues that would have been there at the start, but the fact that even when things are starting to heat up and look a little bit more complex for us, they're still very much just like, oh, there's a cipher over there. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's do this.
Dead.
Yeah. Like everything's popping off, and it's just like, they're going for a stroll in the park with how they're playing it. And ultimately, if they can keep that going into Toronto and make sure that they still have confidence, this is definitely a team that could go on a serious run and cause quite a few upsets if they're able to.
Yeah, again, we see the stats. The most important one, those first bloods still going over to Bilibili. The only difference is that it's a flawless going over this time to Gilai, but the bottom stat, Thrifties 1-2. It's actually Bilibili that had the advantage in the Thrifties this time, which maybe was the change that Gilai needed. They got Thriftied themselves, and all of a sudden they won the game.
They were like, wait a second, it's supposed to be us thrifting. What's going on here? Spider-Man looking in the mirror like, what? Wait a second, what's going on? But yeah, I mean, like you can see the scores fell through. Very close maps all throughout. I mean, either one at a coin toss could have ended up differently. Overtime map number 1, overtime map number 4. Yes, map number 3 was its own little thing, so let's not talk about that. It was very much one-way traffic for Bilibili. And then map number 2, pretty close as well.
And going forwards into international, I just want to harp back to the comms a little bit as well. We spoke about how calm they are. I feel like I've never heard comms that calm from any team. Like within this region, normally when we get an insight into the comms, it's like quite chaotic. Everyone's shouting at each other. Even cross regions, you speak about the international teams, they are very chaotic as well, but we have no time to talk about what has been going on because we are going to be talking about the stage 2 group draw and finding out who these teams are going to be playing against in the next split.
并通过抽签对阿尔法和欧米伽2个小组进行分组调整。这里需要说明的是，若2支队伍季后赛成绩相同，相互战绩优者排名靠前，所以2组 的最终排名如我左手边的
So they're saying that it will be adjusted according to the stage 1 performance, and their record in the group stage is the same. They will use the head-to-head.
第5名 Fun Plus JDG， 第6名
And now they're just announcing the number 1 to 6 teams.
我们将在3个抽签池中分别放入2个相邻排名的铅球。第1、第2名的铅球会，第1、第2名的队伍会在同一签池中，第3、第4名的队伍在同一签池中。同样的，第5、第6名也会在同一抽签池中。每个抽签池中率先被抽出的队伍会在率先被抽出排名的队伍所代表的会在第2赛段互换。
And the first team that gets drawn from each pool will switch groups.
最终分组，最终我将从排名。
And they're going to start from the number 5 and number 6 seeds.
我们首先要开始今天的第一个，看看抽出来的需要交换组内的队伍是什么呢？可以展示一下哦，看到了，是 Fun Plus 和 JDG。
第一组需要。
And the first teams that need to switch groups are FPX and JDG.
有请维嘉坐上互换标记。哦 ，sorry。
所以，那我们接下来的这组还是保留原有的组内位置。
是的。
我们的天路和 AG。
And
下面要
now
进
it's
行
the
4号种子
3rd
的
and 4th
交换了
seeds.
有没有你们想看到的交换啊？是什么？
And the audience wants to see tech.
看看 Nico 抽到的第一组是 Nova 和 TE。
And the second pair of teams that need to be swapped are Nova and TE.
同样，我们另外的2支队伍还是保留。
And TC and Wolves are staying in their respective groups. And lastly, we're going on to the 2nd and 1st seeds.
这组真的非常值得期待了，而且我会觉得，可能在第1个赛段整个表现来说的话，Omega 小组的表现是非常好的，所以这个签很重要。哦，好多声音。我们来看一下 Nico 抽到的
And it's DRG and BLG.
DRG 和 BLG。
所以最后一组确认互换的队伍是 DRG、BLG。
同样，我们的 EDG 和 XLG 还是保留原有的组内位置。
接下来将由我完成3组队伍的互换，并
And now he's gonna like actually just swap the groups and announce the
大家对于
final.
这个分组结果还满意吗？这么一看，我们还是可以看到很多非常精彩的对战的。
所以第2赛段的最终
And so Group Alpha
阿尔法小组
ends up with EDG, BLG, TEC, TE, JDG, and Thailand. And Group Omega will consist of XLG, DRG, Wolves, Nova, FPX, and AG.
是的，感谢 Nico。这次 VCT 新第2赛段的分组已经出炉，而在第2赛段开始之前呢，仍然有非常精彩的。
And they're saying that before Stage 2, there will still be a CN Evolution series.
后续所有赛事的相关信息，也请大家关注官方账号，准时锁定直播。我们下个赛场再见，拜拜。
And that's about it.
Oh, Snow, what a draw that is. I just feel bad for all gamers sitting at the bottom of that group Omega. Like, they had a tough stage 1, and ultimately, it's going to be an even tougher stage 2. What we'll do is just quickly, in case there's people that didn't fully understand what happened in that group draw, we'll just run through it. So basically, there was 3 pots. The top one had the top seeds and the second seed in, and then they would draw it, and either the first or the second, depending on what came out, was going to swap groups. So instead of doing an entire group draw, it was just the positions swapped. It was the same for 3 and 4. So either the 3rd seed or the 4th seed of each group would swap across, and then ultimately when it got to the bottom, it was going to be 5th seed or 6th seed that pops across. And I think the biggest swap across, for me at least, was FPX swapping across brackets, finishing in 5th seed. You're thinking, 5th seed doesn't matter. That's going to be a team that we're going to clap down on anyway. But when FPX have just announced they've picked up Berlin again, it could be a very tasty composition that they come through with for stage 2.
Yeah, especially when you talk about how historically this team has had so much success when Berlin was part of that roster. And now you're like, oh,
Berlin's returned, and they are the 5th seed. Like you said, I am terrified for all gamers, but also the chaos that is going to be that group, because Wolves, you know, they came out with that 4th seed in the end, I believe. 3rd seed, maybe. They are going to go to international. But now they're going to have to face against FPX in the next split.
Yeah, I think I'm just looking back at what happened in that group. It was the top 3, by the way, was all Group Omega starters. The top 3 being Shilai, Billy, and Wolves. And Wolves and Billy swapped across, didn't they? So it's kind of Billy, right?
Stayed.
Yeah. Anyway, but still, an intense group that's going to be Group Omega is one that's going to be very tasty to watch through. Group Alpha, very top heavy, a lot of big hitters right at the top, but the rest of the mid ground of that group are going to be fighting for the scraps to try and get themselves into playoffs as well. I'm certainly looking forward to what stage 2 can bring.
Yeah, I mean, and not even just to mention that, not only that, stage 2 is going to be covered by us, Veggie. Project Horizon will be back yet again to cover split number 2. So make sure that you keep an eye on the Twitter, because there are going to be some exciting things happening on this channel.
Announcements imminent. Follow all the socials. If it's on Twitter, Twitch, or on YouTube, make sure to be there, because we will be back with stage number 2, like Snow says. And on that conclusion, on that bombshell, we will leave you to enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Prod, for being here and helping do such an awesome job. And like I said, we will be back. See you with stage number 2.